first like anti-corruption, and then like follow from that is like all politicians, a lot of politicians are corrupted. So some of the people outside yellow shirt see the yellow shirt movement as anti-politician. This is not actually shared with everybody inside yellow shirt. Some of them say, yes, I'm totally anti-politician because politicians are corrupted. But not everybody in yellow shirt saying that. But this is actually the view that a lot of people outside yellow shirt see yellow shirt. Oh, you anti-corruption, you anti-politician, like that, right? So there's a little bit of degree of now like try to pushing yellow shirt a bit away from what they actually identify themselves, right? And follow the point of like anti-politician. A lot of people outside yellow shirt movement say that, oh, actually yellow shirt people, they are anti-democracy, which is actually not the thing that yellow shirt people actually say in the first place. They just come on the street because they're against corruption. But as time goes by, there's some radicalization process from both sides, from the yellow shirt side itself and people outside yellow shirts. So suddenly, 10 years goes by, a lot of people outside yellow shirt especially see yellow shirt movement as an anti-democracy, which is actually not true in the first place, like when they start. Okay, come to the red shirt. They start from like, okay, because of the military coup in 2007 or 2006, right? A lot of people come on the street like, oh, we don't want military government. We come here to support democracy, right? We need representation of the people. Like we want election. And then because when they say like they want election, people who not identify themselves as red shirt feels like, oh, you support election. That means you support politicians. And politicians are corrupted. So that means you support corruption. So it's like bit by bit. Society, like in the past 10 years, like we are like, actually there are some common values that these groups can share. But the generalization, the simplification, whatever that happens, and I will cover that like in the latter part that on social media, like bit by bit, makes these two groups like polarized apart, right? So from the first point, red shirt may see themselves as a democracy supporting group, right? But in the end, the other people see them as the supporting corruption group. Also, like for the yellow shirt one, starting from against corruption group, and then later people see them as the anti-democracy group, which is like kind of weird. And because of this, in the recent case, when you look around social media in Thailand right now, especially those chat apps, like Line, WeChat, whatever, right? You can see a lot of like screenshots of Facebook status has been circulated around. One of them is very interesting. They discuss about the coming referendum in the 7th August. So it's about we're going to have a referendum of the constitution, the draft constitution on 7th August. So that screenshot of Facebook status say, hey, you see a lot of politicians come out against this draft charter. That means actually that's mean this draft charter should be really good, right? Because if the politician comes like this, it means this draft charter is going to get rid of corruption of Thailand. That's why we have to vote yes for the draft charter. Similar things happen as well for the no camp. So in the end, because of this, nobody's actually read. I mean, very few people actually read the draft charter. They just like judge it on like how the quality of the draft charter on like who actually support it. So if the politician support it, that means support corruption. So no, sorry. If the politician against it, it means the draft charter is against corruption. So that means it's good. We should vote yes for that. I think it comes down to the point that like the process like this happens a lot on the internet, on social media, not necessarily only about the political context. I think one of the things that I'm going to like make my last point here is like one of the things that like internet has been also changed in the last decade is that like it's moving from like decentralized platform where you have like web forum, you have web pages with a lot of links, right? Jack say about like fundamentalism in the sense that like it's like you support some of the idea that's like true all the time, right? In every context, right? So in the end, you kind of like not care at all about the context, because like every time you say this thing, it should be always true, right? So it used to be the case that like we see a lot of like web pages on our view, right? We want to know something, we should research it, we found a web page, maybe like a newspaper or maybe a web forum, and inside that like there are probably like links to other articles, other web pages that give them like more context. So this one particular article, it's not actually like coming out of nowhere. It's actually linked with other pages as well, other article as well. So that gives like more context to some of the statement. And people who feels like they like to know more about this thing can follow the links, and that can like make the discussion like more fruitful, things like that. And all of this come from the process of curation. Curation can make people more exposed to different ideas, but also at the same time, curation can also make people blind to the context. And we found that at least in this part of the world, now those chat apps, it's getting more and more popular. One of the differences between like chat apps like Line, WeChat, and compared to like say traditional social media like Facebook or even like further more traditional web pages is that the messages sent in chat apps tend to be self-contained. There's no link. Most of the time, people send video or graphics, picture, screenshot, right? And it tends to be like self-contained. And because of it, that's more likely that those messages will be put out of the context or have no text at all. So I think, as I have like described, like explained a lot, I think like one of the things that we can stop the process of radicalization is like try to giving the context of like any statement that we try to make or discuss in the public. But because of the popularization of this like chat app application that actually like promote a self-contained messages without the context around, I think it's getting more difficult as well how to actually like stop the process of this radicalization. I think this is the thing that maybe I don't know, by technology or algorithm, whatever that and actually this is a thing that trying to probably do as well. Like right now, when you see some links, right, that your friends share, you can probably see another like small photos underneath that link that try to like suggest related like news or articles. But this is also due to like we actually not really sure like how this algorithm works, whether it's going to like provide a more diverse context or it's just like confirming the same statement, same belief. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Art, for that elaborate explanation. I would like to call on Jalen. She is the Executive Director of the Women's League Bureau and women's rights advocate, and I think she has a lot of interesting points to share with us today.
I have. So, good morning, everyone. Mine is more of maybe a part two of what Jack has already started. Actually, in the Philippines, when you hear the word radical, it's not, it doesn't connote to to a negative, it doesn't have a negative connotation. Because usually radical is equivalent most of the time to activism. And in the Philippines, activism is part of everyday life of most advocates in the Philippines, especially that especially if we refer to the history of the Philippines, where we have the a dictator, which is Marcos, no? But I think because of recent events which have been mentioned earlier, radicalization has eventually been translated to negative meanings, no? And it might be more appropriate for us, for our context, to rather use fundamentalism rather than refer to radicalization, particularly in the context of the Philippines. So when we speak of radicalization, I think we must not lose sight as how the so-called radicalization has also worsened women's worst cause of oppression, which is fundamentalism. Women has rights. So when women starts to challenge this everyday existence of oppression, women sometimes are put in a very challenging situation because they are not supposed to question the status quo. When women start to challenge the givens of everyday existence, it's like the boundaries. I will try to be a little bit I will try to be conceptual a little bit just to explain where am I coming from. The boundaries of meanings, whether embedded in social structures, we all know that when we speak of fundamentalism, fundamentalism is very embedded in social structures. Not only in our own homes, but even in the macro level of analysis, in the economics, in the political, in the social-cultural structures. Even in texts, in the language that we have, the laws that we have, for example, in the Philippines, it's always a male, it's referred to the male, it's male reference always, most of the time. So, and if women try to question these stories or the status quo, women are publicly ridiculed both in online and offline spaces. So one classic example, so maybe in some other countries, it's more of the Muslims who has been usually equated when we speak of radicalization or fundamentalism. But in the Philippines, it's Catholicism. Philippines is predominantly Catholic, no, with a very conservative leadership that acts as a gatekeeper on what discourses can or cannot be codified mainstream. So especially with regards to issues in relation to morality or decency, the church has immense influence on the belief and value system of most Filipinos. The church has the power to deny holy communions, excommunicate, ostracize citizens who disobey its orders. I remember when we were on the verge of our campaign against reproductive health, there are women who were not allowed to take communion inside the church because they were wearing maybe similar to what I'm wearing right now, but without my my jacket, wearing maybe they term as sexy clothes. So usually that happens, no, in the church. So the church and the women's groups have long stood opposite each other, particularly on issues concerning women's rights and their bodies. The church has been vehemently raising its opposition to proposed laws, which it seems contrary to the teachings of the church. Most of these pertain to women's decision-making and sexuality. I would like to cite an example wherein a student in the Central Visayas in the Philippines was not allowed to graduate because she posted a picture in her Facebook account wherein she was wearing a swimsuit. So she's studying in a Catholic college, and then she was not allowed to march, no? During her graduation. She graduated, but she was not allowed to march because of that picture in her Facebook. So even that case reached the Supreme Court, challenging, is Facebook a public or a private space? So the Supreme Court of the Philippines said it's a public space. And therefore, that student was not allowed to graduate, was not allowed to march because of that picture wherein she was wearing a two-piece swimsuit. Another case that I would like to highlight as regards the issue of fundamentalism is where a trans woman, her name is Jennifer Laude, she's a trans woman, and she engaged in sex with a U.S. serviceman in the Philippines. Of course, you know the relationship of the Philippines with the U.S. We're not supposed to have military bases, but there are U.S. servicemen going to the Philippines. So according to this U.S. serviceman, he thought that she is a woman. And finally, and then eventually ended up that she's a trans woman. And then he killed Jennifer Laude. But the way she was killed, the way the U.S. serviceman justified the killing is it was like a rage, no? He was shocked that she was a trans woman. And WLB, with other women's groups, supported the advocacy for justice for Jennifer Laude. And we've received a lot of messages from our page saying that how come we're supporting someone like Jennifer Laude. Again, another case, another example that I would like to state wherein we tried to question the status quo is when we filed a case. We supported the filing of a case against our current president right now. He mentioned a rape joke while he was campaigning. So we used one of our law, the Magna Carta of Women, to say that all public officials, even those running for election, should not make fun of women while they are campaigning. So eventually, when we posted that in our Facebook, we received a lot of comments and even saying that, come on, this is just a rape joke. I hope you will get rape eventually so you would know what's the difference between a rape joke and a real rape. So I will go back to the issue of fundamentalism. Sometimes when we look at fundamentalism or radicalism, sometimes we're looking at who has been killed, how many were killed, and how she was killed. But I think one thing that we have to look at here is sometimes fundamentalism has already become ingrained in our society, in our everyday life, that sometimes we don't even notice that fundamentalism is part of our everyday life. Violence against women, I would like to cite that as an example, I think is one of the most common form of fundamentalism. Because we all know that violence against women, the cause of violence against women is basically because of patriarchy. We think sometimes that women are properties of men, or properties of the father or whoever. And I think the mere fact that sometimes we don't even question why this is happening, I think is also we're trying to eventually contribute to reproducing fundamentalism in our own homes, in the school, as academic, as NGOs, as scholars, as mothers, as fathers. It's really challenging, no? It's challenging because every day the women, the home and the family can be sites of democratic practice. And the same with online spaces. We can use this as to counter fundamentalism or to counter radicalization. But as I think as mentioned in several discussions in the AprIGF, when women tried to go out and try to challenge even in online spaces like what we did for Jennifer Laude, actually we received a message from Facebook saying that our page, actually, it's about advocacy, supporting Jennifer Laude, who's a trans woman, saying that our page is offensive. So there are several people maybe against Jennifer who reported our page as something offensive. But actually, the content of the entire Facebook page is to demand justice for Jennifer Laude because she was killed. So these are what we call radical democracy. That's why I don't want to use radical, because when you want to be radical, you want to question things. You want to question the status quo. You want to look for spaces, democratic spaces where you negotiate, because I think we have to agree that we can dissent. I mean, we agree to disagree. And if we agree to disagree, we can question each other. We can question, we can negotiate, and if we come up with a good negotiation, then that's something that women can pursue as her counter-narrative. But I think that's the challenge. How women, when she counter the so-called status quo, again, are put into a very bad situation because that's something, again, unacceptable to the status quo. So I think organizing women, making their stories digital. So there are a lot of women right now who are trying to also narrate their stories through social media, through blogging, digitizing their stories. I think these are also some forms of counter narratives, no? Counter narratives to fundamentalism. But I think one thing that we can also solve, not really solve, but contribute to addressing fundamentalism in our society is how we, as advocates, especially here in this forum, can counter it not only for the women, but for the entire society.
Thank you, Jalen. I'm not sure if it's working. Okay. So I'm going to move things on to Nigat, who is the executive director of the Digital Rights Foundation, and she's going to be talking about basically starting with who radicalization is being done against in Pakistan, and then she's going to move on to the groups that are most targeted. So over to you.
I think I would take it on from Jalen. The term radicalization is very subjective, and it's based on the context and background if we are talking about a particular region. And I feel that when it comes to Pakistan, it's not only the Taliban or other groups who are using online spaces to radicalize people, to recruit young people to promote hate or target a certain set of people, but it's also, you know, how the religious groups who are supposed to be banned groups are allowed to promote their narrative, and the narrative is in a form where one cannot say that it's radicalization or fundamentalism or extremism, but in a form where, you know, it is acceptable for not only for the governments but for the larger audience and the companies also, which allow them to you know, promote their narrative. And also I feel that in Pakistan the existing mechanisms, how they are used to how they are being misused to attack people. For instance, the minorities who already are being attacked in the offline spaces, they find that internet and online spaces are providing them space where they can share their opinion or express their freedom of expression. But the legislations like blasphemy law is now being abused to silence these people, and I feel that this is the radicalization against the minority in Pakistan. In the same way, the women who who are opinionated or who share their freedom of expression or celebrate their sexuality, and I would mention a recent case here where social media celebrity Kandil Baloch, who was the first woman who were using online spaces of Facebook and social media platforms to celebrate her sexuality and challenge the stereotype, and also challenge the clergy and extremist groups in Pakistan. And she used to get a lot of hate, not only from the people who used to go and enjoy her videos and entertain themselves, but also from the progressive element from Pakistan. And but eventually she was killed by her own brother in the name of honor, because she was using online space to celebrate her sexuality and being open and exposing hypocrisies of the society. So I feel that radicalization has you know, different forms, and it based on the context. And I also feel that the way that the counter narrative is also very tricky, and based on the context, that the very few sane voices who try to counter the extremism on internet, especially when it comes to Pakistan, it put them in danger, and there is a lot of self-censorship going on, because how the extremists are so organized, and their narrative is so celebrated and glorified, but the sane voices who are already few in number, they are just being silenced because of either the monitoring and surveillance by the government, or the draconian legislations already exist. So I feel that, we also, as an advocate, and the organizations working on digital rights across region, need to find that how we can build a counter narrative, and how we can join our voices and hands to deal with these challenges in respective context and our respective countries. Thank you.
I think when it comes to a counter narrative, one of the most important things is engaging with platforms like Facebook and Google. And luckily, we have two people from these places. So if Anki and Lee, if you guys could just basically tell us what you as platforms are trying to do to control or sort of curb radicalized content, and what possible limitations you face when you try to tackle these things. Moreover, if you face government pressure uh, to sort of promote radicalized content or leave it alone. In the case of the cybercrime bill in Pakistan that's about to be enacted, this could very well be a situation that you will find yourselves in. So, what are your thoughts surrounding these issues? So, Lee, if you could start.
Okay, thank you. So the way we look at counter narrative, and I think this is a very, very important discussion here about counter narratives, is that the platforms themselves are open, right? We need to keep platforms open, and platforms in that regard become very tremendous vehicles for the propagation of positive messaging as well. This is my personal opinion, in the sense that right now we tend to over-focus on a small group of bad actors with their small volume of bad content, and that gets, like, sensationalized quite a bit. So what we're really trying to do now is, because we know we're not experts on extremism and counterterrorism, but what we want to do in terms of playing our part is how do we work better with platforms, with other NGOs, community groups, to help promote the counter narratives. And these counter narratives did not necessarily be counterterrorism narratives. This could be things about focusing on things on what the community as a whole can agree on. What are the positive common areas that we want to focus on? So, for instance, tolerance, empathy, love, relationships, and this is also independent of religion or things around sexuality. So, for instance, in Australia, there is an NGO that's working hard to fight against some of the narratives on white supremacism. So we provide a platform. We work with them to link them up with YouTube creators who as great in social influencers, can help spread the message online. I think that's really important. And in that regard, I think one of the challenges that we face is always about how do you create really, really good counter narratives. Nowadays, no one likes to watch like a 1 hour or 2 hour lecture, right? Everybody prefers bite-sized pieces, and I think some of the learnings they've seen in, for instance, in the UK, Abdullah X, which really focuses on a lot of counter-terrorism content. He himself found that, my content needs to be about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes long. It cannot be more than, let's say, 5 minutes, because it just doesn't capture the attention of the audience. And so, in terms of that, it's a learning process. And it's also a process where you need to constant engagement. If you look at what YouTube creators are doing right now, they are pretty consistent in how they create content to engage their creators. And that, I think, should be the same thinking we think about counter narratives. How do we constantly engage the youth out there? Or not even the youth, like this could be your middle-aged man or women, or your young, fresh grads who are thinking about these issues because they want to get more information. How do we constantly create the kind of content that they can then engage in and also respond to? Right? It's always about creating new memes, putting up their reactionary videos to issues like that, so that in some sense, at least from a government policy perspective, they are seeing that, okay, I am not alone in this fight against counterterrorism. I have the citizens with me. I have the NGOs working very closely with me. And so in that sense, like if you think about it in Malaysia, where there's a lot of these activities going right on around counterterrorism, one of the challenges we face is finding really good NGOs we can work with to kind of create the content, right? I mean, we worked with some NGOs like Iman Research and the Global Movement of Moderates, and the common challenge we find is how do we then get the youth or getting Malaysians then to step up to create the content, to create the counter narrative. I'll leave it as that. I think there's going to be a lot more questions on this, but I just want to leave people with the fact that no, it is something that we as a community can do, and the different actors can do what we need to do in terms of expertise. For us, we create the platforms, we provide the connection for YouTube creators to work with NGOs to create the counter narrative.
Thank you so much, Lee. Anki, if you could shoot off your answers to the same questions, please.
The same issue with Jack had. So I want to talk about a couple of things. One is, of course, the preventive side, which is in terms of how do you make sure that this is an open platform, and obviously different types of content get posted on the platform. So the one important thing to understand is that there are community standards which strictly on Facebook, which strictly prohibit publication or dissemination of terrorist content. Our community of users flag the various types of terrorist content to us routinely, and these then get reviewed and taken down if found to be in violation of our standards and community standards and also international standards. And we've got 24/7 teams working 24/7 and also having various kinds of language capabilities to make sure that this is addressed expeditiously. The takedown is addressed expeditiously. That's one part of the preventive action. But in terms of counter narrative, what is very important to understand is that all the points which Jack talked about, there is this phenomena, I mean, there is the social reality and the phenomena of disaffection amongst the youth. And therefore, you know, if you see the way recruitment is happening across the world, it is essentially the reason why this has become kind of a global phenomena is because of the lure of being part of an alternative community and an alternative problem-solving effort, which different, you know, sort of youth groups in different countries are getting attracted to. In terms of looking at what types of counter-narrative really works, we commissioned a research with a group called DEMOS in Europe. And in the first phase research which they came out with, they found that narratives which are buzzy and it's like marketing, it has to be like a marketing campaign, which is buzzy, which catches on a lot. Those are the types of counter narrative when you're taking on radicalization, which works best. DEMOS actually using Facebook's public API looked at a variety of pages where there were different young people who were intervening on pages which were promoting radical content and essentially challenging some of the notions which were being put out over there. And through the kind of analysis which DEMOS ran, it felt that they were able to create some kind of a prototype in terms of what is the type of content which goes viral very quickly in terms of challenging some of this radicalized content which is being put online. A lot of it was IS related radicalized content, and of course there were people who were challenging that. This happened in France in the wake of the attacks, Paris attacks, as well as you know, sort of there was a huge amount of neighboring chatter which emerged in UK as well, and then there were people who were engaging in those conversations on those public pages and challenging that kind of radicalized conversation. In addition to that, in terms of developing counter-narrative, we also recently launched a peer-to-peer challenge across universities in 50 countries, and 5,000 students participated. And out of that, 10 top entries, including one from Afghanistan, one student group from Afghanistan also qualified in terms of creating counter-speech, marketing materials and narratives which have been found on the internet, which have been found most effective in terms of dealing with or countering radical hate speech and also radical communities. And these 10 winners from across the world will be felicitated in the United States. There is an event being planned in DC. So reward and recognition is a big way of shining the light in terms of what kind of speech, what types of counter-narrative campaigns have been really successful. And hopefully once the event happens in DC, there will be broader awareness that in countering CVE, violent extremism, there is possibility of using internet, the World Wide Web as a platform for taking on a lot of these bad things which are happening, and maybe it will provide as a model or an example to a lot of people to self-organize themselves and create these kind of campaigns. We hope that we will be able to run the peer-to-peer challenge on an annual basis and encourage more such self-run activation on our platform. In addition to that, I'd highly encourage people to look at this particular Facebook page, which is called Online Civil Courage. It is a page which has been set up by the Center for the Study of Radicalization and Political Violence, ICSR, as well as the IST, Institute of Strategic Dialogue, and a German NGO. And essentially, they are talking and creating public narratives and campaigns which take on radicalization. So what we are seeing is just like causes, different types of causes have created campaigns on Facebook. We are seeing a lot of the strategic think tanks or NGOs which are working in the area of CVE are now working with community groups, with local imams, etc., to find out what is the right way in terms of shaping a communication message to make sure that there is voice to alternative narratives out there. That's what we've been seeing happening, and we have been, and as a company, we have been partnering with these kind of groups who do that work. I think, broadly speaking, globally, there is a supply side challenge because, you know, there has been a lot of work which has happened in the area of feminism, for instance, of women's rights, for instance. There have been groups who've really been gutting it out for the longest time and creating these communities. When it comes to countering CVE, it is a new phenomenon. In terms of the internet world, it's a new phenomenon, and there is a supply chain side challenge. So I think all of us have to think about who are these groups out there who are working in these areas. How can they be encouraged, or how can they self-mobilize themselves in terms of creating these kind of campaigns and engaging more actively in communities such as the IGF framework. I mean, I was very, happy to see this time at the IGF, and I think one of the proposals have gone through even for the Mexico meeting. I think this is the first time that there is a workshop which is discussing countering radicalization on the internet. So clearly, the more there is spotlight and global attention, there's a need for these kind of supply side corrections, and these kind of groups need to get involved in this kind of a global dialogue. I think it will be helpful for all around. Thank
you. We are going to be starting the question and answer session now, but we're a bit short on time, so we'll have to make it a bit quick. We have a question through the live feed, which I'm going to start with. This is Chester Soong. He says, on the topic of online extremism and radicalization, would speakers on the panel consider the social divide and how it contributes to the radicalization of one's country's own citizens? If so, what would you suggest to improve the situation? Should I repeat the question? Okay, so Chester Soong asked, on the topic of online extremism and radicalization, would speakers on the panel consider that social divide contributes to the radicalization of one's country's own citizens? If so, what would you suggest to improve the situation?
I could.
I'm just going to very quickly. I think it is one factor, but we also must be conscious that it's not the only factor. There are many reasons for radicalization, and we just be very careful not to overgeneralize the factors on which and how people turn to extremist ideology. There is one thought about how for radicalization, people go online to just find information and just be radicalized themselves. But also, I think it's also important to recognize that when people go online, they also have networks that they go to kind of reach out, right? And in the absence of a positive network or positive information with which they could reach out to, they might just veer off to the ones that are a bit more dangerous. And I think in that regard, in terms of social divide, access to information is really important. How do we make sure that the continual access to information, continual access to the internet, and making sure that we provide, when they go online, the right platforms. In this sense, I put right in inverted commas because there's no really right answer, right? But at least they have access to a plethora of information so that they can know who they can talk to and get access to basically a spectrum of views, and then they can make their own decisions.
I agree with the point which my friend from Google has made. I think we should avoid risks of overgeneralization. I think this entire point that disaffection and the lure of Daesh is caused by lack of economic opportunity is a very pulp kind of a narrative which is out there. There are various factors of radicalization, and a part of that, a very big part of that is, as Jack said, correctly said, different types of fundamentalism, right? Like there is a growth in terms of different types of fundamentalism, and those are all important contributory factors. So to isolate it and pivot around lack of economic opportunity would be an oversimplification, and there are different countries who are trying to tackle it in different ways, the question of economic growth and jobs, etc. But if you were to survey all the countries in the world and look at countries which have low incomes, like low income countries, and figure out how many of them have a terrorism problem and why some do and why some don't, I think there is a combination of factors you will see which is more than just lack of economic opportunity.
Thank you. So with this, I would like to open the floor for questions. Does anyone have any?
So I have two questions, and I'll try and do them quickly. So my first one, and just by way of background, at Access Now, we started looking a bit at countering violent extremism and the digital rights issues it raises in terms of some of the proposals that have been out over the last couple of, like now, year, 2 years, particularly from the US administration and others, and in the European Union as well, where there have been a few more formal proposals and some of the national proposals that we've seen in cybercrime bills and elsewhere. We had to, it is concerned where I'd love to, have responses from Anki and Lishun and others. One is on the issue about mass takedowns, and we've been very concerned that some of the deputized efforts that people have underway might be fantastic, where companies are trying to encourage people to remove content that might be clearly illegal or clearly constituting hate speech. But is that actually resulting in the reduction of mass takedown requests? So I'm just curious in terms of if you've seen any reduction in mass takedown requests coming from platforms, because two platforms rather, because we've seen that in relation of ISIS content, there is still often legitimate content that governments are requesting or asking for stuff to be taken on, particularly say from academics or scholars working on Islamic issues or other issues. They're taken down in these sorts of mass requests. And secondly, I'm just curious on like any commentary or policy positioning regarding some of the proposals to have algorithmic modification of content. That's very much still on the White House's list, or parts of the US administration, not necessarily the White House. That's been brought up. Sometimes the EU, I know some governments are still asking on that. So two questions. One, based on facts, are you seeing any reduction or change in mass shutdowns based on some of the efforts you have under mass takedown requests, based on the requests you all have underway? And secondly, I'm just curious, what's the policy positioning that some of you have on algorithmic modification of content, or even algorithmic auto flagging? There was a story I think that Reuters carried a couple of weeks ago saying that companies are increasingly asking their teams, having their teams algorithmically flag content. It wasn't clear whether that was just for reviewing or whether that was temporary suspension. So.
And Anki, if you guys could answer that.
I can go first and then we can. I think in terms of the mass demands which you're talking about, Raman, is it Are you referencing to law enforcement agencies from various parts of the world? So I think what is happening is that in terms of the capacity in the law enforcement agencies, it's getting a little more sophisticated. So the kind of the mass kind of demands which one would see earlier, that has reduced quite a lot. I think a lot of that has happened because of the kind of advocacy work which the human rights community and the civil society organizations have done, and also platforms have pushed back. There's also, sort of, I mean, it's not a naming and shaming tool, but the transparency report also, when the way every 6 months these reports are being put out and there is a discrepancy between amounts demanded and the amounts complied with, that kind of leads to a degree of self-discipline on the part of agencies also to make sure that the frivolous demands or demands which do not satisfy the requirements of that type of demand being made, that kind of self-discipline has come in. In terms of what platforms are doing in terms of takedown or reviewing, definitely the tools, the sophistication of it's not algorithmic, but the sophistication of the tools is kind of developing a lot more in terms of both language capacity, because a lot of this material, there is a deep language element to it which we cannot ignore. Those competencies are being built up a lot in terms of looking at that content when it gets flagged almost immediately, because earlier a lot of those language capabilities was not there, with, at least from, I can speak from our side, but we are building up more capabilities in Arabic and other languages, etc., where a lot of this radicalized speech is happening, and that is helping in making sure that the volumes get addressed effectively.
Another question?
Can I answer that also, like on the policy side a bit quickly as well? I think this is very difficult in a way that, like, so in the normal situation before this, to control or filter some speeches, right? There should be some tests, right? That, like, actually the speech going to cause like immediate harm, so that, right? But then because our worry about like, okay, probably this speech maybe not do the immediate harm, but like as times goes by bit by bit, the harder the maybe like incrementally, right, goes, and so that there's some tendency to think that, okay, to prevent this from the start, we should limit the speech. That maybe like if we allow this for another 5 years or 2 years, violence maybe occur, right? But to allow something like that, I think it's going to be very problematic, scary, right? Because in the end, the term like hate speech now, like for example, in our last constitution draft, they actually have this word like hate speech in one of the section. It say like the media should have this and that duty, and they shouldn't allow hate speech to be presented on that platform. And it's like if they're not doing this, their rights will be revoked, something like that. But then, like, the interpretation of the hate speech in that context, it's like very vague, and it can be like anything. So I think I'm still like agree with actually with the title of this panel in the first place. Like, actually, maybe from the policy side, it's not really about like filtering those like speech that probably leads to radicalization, but like introduce something of like counter speeches, or like algorithmically, like by some technology, provide more context, provide some counter narrative, like immediately say, for example, I don't know if it's possible, like once you share something that support say a statement that's support for something, and then immediately under that link, the platform will provide you another statement that against that link. But just a short question. I think it's danger to allow any policy to censor the radical or fundamentalism comments. Thanks.
Hi. So I have a question for Aki, also about Facebook algorithm, because we know that Facebook now is quite important in creating communication, but as well it might creating little circles that stop communications from different parties. And as we know that recently Facebook just changes algorithm that it's easier to see your friends and families post rather than other pages, right? And then it's will stop those like NGO groups who constantly have some focus on particular social issues to transmit their information to the people who like their pages. So I wonder, like, what is the motivation of this kind of change? Because a lot of NGO groups in Taiwan is kind of concerned about these issues, that how their information can be seen more on Facebook.
That's a fair question. That's a question which we've received not only from different groups but also from publishers, and I'm happy to answer that question. The core philosophy of Facebook is to make sure that we are helping build stronger connection between friends and families. So going back, and since we are such a mission-driven company, going back to that core mission, the algorithm was revised in a way so that people can see more content which are posted by their friends or from their family, like people who are really part of their daily lives, as opposed to pages. What this does for any publisher group, or for any cause group which is a publisher on Facebook, is to make sure that their organic content is of a higher quality, their news feed is of a higher quality, so that it is shared among friends and family. So if your content is really compelling and it is shared by me with my other friends, the probability of that content appearing, that particular feed appearing in other people's news feed in Facebook is very high. What it does is that it lifts the newsfeed quality across the board. The main pivot is this content compelling enough for people to be sharing it amongst each other? And that is getting a higher quality score, and that is determining how people are viewing your content. So that is the philosophy behind it. Publishers will just have to work harder to make their content a little more compelling.
I just would like to come back to this topic on that counter narratives get too much attention. And in fact, just yesterday there was a new study released by Digitalis in the UK that search engines' role in radicalization is very, very strong. So just every month, 500 words on return Islamist material. And so I think this might maybe one of the first studies that shows the role of search engines in radicalization. And so the counter-narrative just does not get search engine optimization. So I think these efforts are just like a little drop. And I think the role of the intermediaries really should be challenged much more.
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think if let's start with the principle of what search engines are like. I mean, effectively, search engines are what they do is it's a mirror to what the world is out there, right? It reflects what's out there on the internet, and for people to find. I think I agree that it's dangerous for content to be out there, but it might sound a bit defensive for me to say this, but I think it's also very dangerous to think about the fact that you can kind of use search engines to kind of block out. Search engines are only reflecting. It doesn't mean that if you remove links from search engines, people can't get to the content eventually. In fact, you might actually be driving people down to the deep web, which is much harder for you to do your counter-narrative work. In terms of like the rankings and stuff like that, I think that's where we do a lot of workshops to train people and to help people like how do you make your website, for instance, be more relevant to the people searching for relevant content, right? For instance, like recently we made some changes to the ranking such that if your websites are more optimized, and we actually provide tools for people to kind of like assess how good their mobile optimized websites are, your ranking will be better in terms of the search links. So I don't think it's the issue of removing content online. I think that's a dangerous thing to talk about. But I think let's think about how do we put in more good content online and making sure that they are in a great place such that people can find the content easily. And also we do have what we call a Google for Nonprofits program, where nonprofits can apply to be on a program and they basically get free AdWords grants. And they can actually use advertising in some sense to target the people that they want to reach.
Okay, I have one question. You know, a terrorist always a terror to another and a freedom fighter to another one. Let's just say right now the famous one is ISIS, but let us don't forget about EZLN in Chiapas and all of that kind of organization. So my question is, if we gonna ban all the hate speech and this kind of radicalization and the terrorism term without we know about the true content or definition of it based on the multicultural definition, maybe we gonna have a you know, complicated definition of terrorism and radicalization. As for example, as the EZLN in Chiapas, Mexico, where they are using a lot of social media campaign and internet campaign to publicize their work and their liberation front.
I'm just going to interrupt here. We have very little time left, so if we could just very quickly get the questions from the floor and then very quickly try and answer them. So could you just...
Hi, I have a question and a comment. Firstly, I'm feeling a bit confused about what we are referring to as radicalization, because the way I see it, at least the international documents are pretty straight with their definition of radicalization when they're looking at religion, right? But the discussions are also now being expanded to nationalism, which is perhaps true, which to other social issues. Then that's a serious discussion for us to have about how we define radicalization and what particular aspect of radicalization, whether it's religion or not, is something we need to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask you the other question because I had a larger point there. The other question is that international documents that are looking at this aspect of religion being used to shut down freedom of expression are not really looking at digital spaces, because the primary document in this regard is the Rabat Action Plan. And the Rabat Action Plan completely says nothing about women, says nothing about the digital spaces. So if we are looking at finding a way to advocate on this, we definitely have to engage with the Rabat Action process as well as the plan as well as the processes associated with that. Secondly, the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion has come out with his report last at some point of time last year, in the March session, if I'm not wrong. He also does not talk about digital spaces. So these would be really important for us to engage with if we want to get the solution. But to get that solution, we need to be clear whether we are only talking about religion or not.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Kelly from Open Korea. And the holy grail of intermediate liability relies on the intermediaries being that intermediaries should not be held liable for their users third-party contents. But when the intermediaries start to filter, censor, or moderate content, they cannot request this liability exemption under intermediate liability principles. And when we talk about radicalization or censoring or filtering this dangerous or information or hate speech, we should keep in mind that it might infringe on free speech as well. And like there's a case in Korea that like certain Facebook posting was taken down, or like the person's account was suspended for very dubious, I mean, it was not even hate speech, or it was like for yeah, it was not hate speech, but it was taken down according to like Facebook community standard. But then we asked like Facebook headquarters why the posting was taken down, and they just said that it was a mistake. So like yeah, so I think intermediaries when they are, so now intermediaries are like Facebook and like Google, they are like censoring and filtering certain information online, right? Then they should provide those posters the right to appeal to those contents that were taken down, and those people who got their account suspended. So I'm just wondering whether you have, like intermediaries have any plans to recognize those rights.
Should I? Yeah, I'll keep it really brief. I'm CL from the local civic tech community called GovZero in Taiwan here. So I think by now we all recognize that social media and a traditional internet forum or even YouTube comments don't, or even search engine don't quite contribute and help solving the problem for polarization. And I think this is because we use those tools that shapes the conversation and shapes the culture coming out of that. And the internet is a much louder place, and those tools are rewarding the loudest comments and more polarized comments. And I think this is a similar problem that the civic tech community around the globe are solving, trying to build tools that reaches consensus. And here in Taiwan, we experimented some other tools like Polis or Remesh, that's a new platform trying to reward those comments that have highest agreement across different opinion groups. So I think if we, the internet as a community, thinks radicalization is a problem that we need to address, I think the root counter narrative here lies in new tools that we need to design and build and experiment with, and to sort of have a new ways of conversation happen online. So would the panelists please comment on the need of a new tool, new kind of conversation sphere that would sort of be the solution to this problem? Thank you.
Winston, I'm so sorry, we have like no time for more questions. So, yeah, absolutely. So,
thanks. Very briefly, somebody mentioned international documents. Well, there is one. It's called Sustainable Development Goals. We are all working towards those, and they refer to the need for education, for equal access to education, including for girls and women, to bring them up to the standard that some of their male colleagues already enjoy. We need to work towards those, and we need to include in education programs where they are missing the education for tolerance, for toleration of other opposing views. Those things need to be included in curricula in schools from an early age, and maybe NGOs, grassroots groups need to bring these things to the attention of your governments, your ministries of education, and ask them if they actually want to apply these international commitments that your governments have signed.
that is a good comment, actually. Thank you for adding that. Jalen, if you could actually take up the question about the definition of radicalization, because we were discussing this yesterday, so I think it would be a good thing if you can actually elaborate on this right now as well, but very briefly and very quickly, if possible, please.
Actually, I don't know the answer. Because personally, for me, it's, as a feminist, we always put meanings, no? We create meanings to every word that we want to say. So as I started my presentation, radical for me has a positive meaning. Radical is trying to question things, questioning the status quo. So because we connected it with ISIS and with extremism, radicalization now has a different meaning. But actually, if you look at the little r, radicalization, it both address positive and negative radicalization. So I think that something has to be defined, not only by the speakers here, but I actually I share the same sentiment. What are we going to use radicalization? Are we going to use another word? And if we're going to define radicalization, maybe we also have to put into context the different experiences and context, not only of those women in the online, offline spaces, but also of other marginalized groups who's actually been victimized by this negative radicalization. And I think we can continue discussing this, maybe not just here in the APR-IGF, but maybe in the next IGF, to have really a continuing discussion on what is radicalization and how online space has used radicalization in its negative sense.
Thank you. I'm gonna then move on to the remainder of the questions. It seems that the most of our inquiries were actually targeting Facebook and Google. That is telling, if anything. So if you guys were to take this up, I know Anki, you wanted to say something?
I think the question which was asked was that is there an appeals process in case of a profile takedown? And in terms of a profile takedown, there is a appeals process, which is the information is there in our help center. So it's already been an appeals process has already been provided for, and I mean, there are billions of pieces of content which get reported and then they get reviewed. It's also the language competency which I was talking about, and it's a developing capacity which is being addressed. So but we make some mistakes and we apologize when we make those mistakes, which is why you have the appeals process.
Lee, do you want to take the last question?
What else can be done apart from? Yeah, so I think this is really interesting when I worked with all the NGOs, let's say in Malaysia, on this, and I really respect the work they do because they recognize that look, the online platform is only one avenue, and it's really important to then go into the communities themselves. They do a lot of offline engagements as well, and we're supporting them in that regard. And I think that's really important because they need to get that data point from people who might not necessarily be online, but are still being radicalized in different ways. So I think that's also something we need to keep in mind, that the internet is one platform, but if we really are serious about working against counterterrorism, working to counter terrorism, we need to think about it in various modalities and not just a digital one. Because I think it's very easy to think about digital because it's kind of closer to us, but there's a lot more work in the communities, in the villages that do not have access to the internet.
Thank you. And with that, I am going to actually end this session because I think we're taking up other people's time. So thank you for being here with us. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for their input. And please go have lunch now.
Please go ahead. Can I have you later?
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start in about 5 minutes, and that gives you a chance to get some food if you think you might be hungry now or before the end of this session. So we can eat and talk at the same time. don't have that long, so we're going to have to be a little bit expedient. So let's get started. This is the agenda. We're going to be hearing the latest news about what we've been doing this week. We're going to be talking about the election. I've raised a question about MSG responsibilities and expectations of MSG members. Then we're going to hear from Paul Schindler on the next year's event, and then synthesis document, and then if there's any time, any other business. So is there any comment or adjustment to the agenda yet? Now? Okay. So let's go straight into local host and secretariat updates about this meeting. Yes, thanks.
Okay, thanks. So this is Yan speaking. I will be very quick, so it's just some overview. So we have received 94 workshop proposals before, and for this year, and we have totally accepted 45 proposals, and then we have 30 parallel sections, including mergers. So we have 4 primary sections that includes opening, closing, and a synthesis document town hall sections as well. So far we have received 84 comments online for the synthesis document, which is already surpassed last year, which is good. And I guess Jen will update more, the drafting committee will update more during the closing plenary on the statistics. And for fellowship this year, we actually received around 127 applications, and we have sent out 23 invitations, and one of them didn't reply, so there were only 22 accepted, but afterwards 3 withdrawn due to some other reasons. And then so we have 19 fellows confirmed in total that are coming. And these are just the distribution of the proposals we received from different themes, and human rights are the majority of it. And these are the fellowship statistics, which are all posted online as well, and also the fellowship names. So you can check out the 2016 website, and they are all there. So this year, the fellowship, we have a fellowship program committee a fellowship committee to take care of it. So the fellows are asked to go to the day 0, the APIOP capacity building program, and we also have a buddy program that we organized, and there were 7 volunteers from the MSG members that volunteered to be the buddies, and we split them into 5 repertoire groups that they're asked to report at the closing plenary on different sub-themes. And so that's actually the part for me, and I think Guowei, the local host, we have another update. So can we pull up another presentation?
Shine to make a presentation because he know much more detail than I do. So I let Shine do it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Here is a local host to present AprIGF about this conference. About the presentation status is there are 248 participants this year, including 142 male and 106 female. About the YIGF participants, there are 30 male students and 20 female. Organized and staff are 9, so the total participants of this year is around 300 people. Here is a detail about workshop participants. So we can find there's a very good statistics about the total participants to every single workshop. For example, the day 1 March 9 protest. Excuse me. The day 1 March 9 protest privacy and private sector in Asia. There are 50 people to attend this workshop. And in day 2, the most people to attend is the WS67, includes surveillance technology could be justified. There are 129 people to attend this workshop, and we think this is very good. And about day 3, because the static is updated right now, so we can find in March 7 threats to free expansion and challenges for reform in South Asia. There are 28 participants in this workshop. And the next page is about a website update. This year we to use the Adobe Connect to do the remote participants. So in the website we do several remote participants here. And about the photo gallery, you can see that we also to upload the website update about the photo gallery, and then we will still to working on to present more photo in our website. So about the archive of 2006 AprIGF Taipei will be available in 2 weeks, including Adobe recording and presentation downloading and session scripts. But we need secretaries to help to get permission from all the speakers to upload all the speaker slides to the event website. We are very pleased to say that because we have some media sponsors. So here is the media report about this event. And the Rocky Cafe reports three conference. They have 3 reports to this to the AprIGF, and we expect more reports to this conference. Thank you.
Any question?
That's fantastic. Thank you for such a detailed report so early, even before the event's finished. So thanks a lot. Are there any questions? Raj.
Actually, you can see remote participant. The day 1 in the 4-1 is 13, and day 1, the second one, 17, and then 23. Day 2, there is a 14, 10, 25, 19, 13.
Okay, so we've got a respectable turnout. I guess where the figures are missing, they weren't recorded, like the early figures weren't recorded in some cases. Right. Okay, Raj? Okay, anything else?
Yeah, for the 3rd day, I did notice that the number significantly dropped. Is that what do you think is the indication in terms of just the attendance? Because in the previous days there were just really large numbers. Have people left? Most people have left.
We seem to have about 200.
I mean today, yeah.
We seem to have about 200 roughly in total through the most of the event after the first day, and I think that seems to be normal. I think there are a lot of I gather there are a lot of badges that weren't collected at all. So our initial registration numbers of 600 or so Ed, how many badges were actually distributed, quite? Or how many people checked in?
300 plus. And the last day actually, this is a session in the morning from 9 to 10:30. But if you look at the session from 11 to 12, I checked the 4-1 is about 60 plus. And in this room is 47. But I don't know what about the 4-2 and me. I believe it's because the people is stay in the Google social too late last night.
Ultra?
For comment regarding the panels, first of all, I noticed that there are some people that have a lot of speaking slots. I mean, there are like 3-4 times in different panels. But it struck me that, for instance, Facebook, they had altogether 6 speaking slots. And I was wondering, are they a sponsor? They are not, I learned. But I think we give them a bit too much exposure and too much marketing for their 0 rating. I mean, I was wondering, why are there six times? So it was too much, I thought. And yeah, just.
Yeah. If you support me, I will build him.
Well, I think it's important that sponsors don't buy speaking slots, right? So we need to be careful about that. But there are possibly some guidelines that the MSG could apply about anyone being a repeated panelist on many panels, and that was in the global IGF. That was a frequent complaint as well, that you'd have an individual who might be on 10 or 15 panels during the week. So I think that's something for the MSG to note, and possibly for preparations for our next meeting, to apply a little bit more pressure to any certain company who seems to be getting a lot of value out of the time at AprIGF to sponsor, with no strings attached, of course.
Perhaps this could be integrated a little bit into in the workshop evaluation process as well. We can probably, from the Secretariat, create a little bit of statistics on what's happening, so that, and give it to the evaluators, so that when they evaluate particular workshops, they can see, who are the proposed speakers, and get a sense of that information as well. On that note, I think we have to kind of monitor that for companies such as Facebook and Google's, or these kind of platforms. I think it's inevitable to some extent that people want to hear the comments. So I mean, it's of course from the other perspective, we don't want to give them too much of a advertising opportunity, but really I think that could be the responsibility of the workshop organizer on their content of their presentation, on their topics, because when they present on a platform, honestly, it could go either way. They could be heavily attacked, and they could be selling their own exposure. So really, it doesn't mean that it's always a positive opportunity, or they may not have positive gains every time they go up on the stage. So I think it's just to be fair, I guess. Yeah. Or
session like that, such as Facebook, we actually try to get a sponsorship from them, but we don't have a channel to contact person, so it is difficult to contact him asking for the sponsorships. So hopefully in MSG, if you have a channel, talk to the secretary, eventually, for example, go to Australia or other place, we have a channel to contact. And Google already sponsor AprIGF for several years already. So I think hopefully this contact channel can be remain into the secretary, and then the future organizer have a much better connection for this kind of issue.
Is there anything else? I'd like to hand over to Jiang for a YIGF update. I understand you've got something to share with us.
Hello. Okay. So this year's YIGF, we have the most number of participants with 50 participants, and they are from the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Thailand. And we also attended more workshops this year compared to last year. And one difference is that we allowed them to choose workshops to attend this year, because last year we assigned them. So there's more, like they're more free to choose where they want to go. And we also have a session on initiative planning for the future, so we want them to try to integrate the local IGF model into their own countries. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Anything else? I'd just like to say thank you very much to the hosts. I mean, I think this is a good point at which to say thanks. It's an acknowledgement of how successful the event has been, and also thanks very much to the youth organisers. Is there anything else then before we move on? Secretariat update? Or the, okay.
This is related to this year, so I just want to bring it up here so that nobody's surprised. At the closing ceremony and my closing remarks, today is actually the Global Tiger Day as well, and we are supporting the Global Tiger Initiative with WWF, and I was going to get on stage, turn around and do a selfie with everyone with 2 thumbs up. This is a campaign that we're running with WWF this year, and hopefully nobody objects to that, and I just wanted to let people know. So at the closing, at the end of my remarks, I'll be asking you guys to do a 2 thumbs up any way you want. So people are okay with it, then you're not okay.
Oh, I just have a question for Professor Koo. You were talking about contact with Facebook. There was a Facebook rep who was present in my workshop twice already. Are you looking for like different levels of contact, or? I see.
The people pay the money. Because we need the money to sponsor more fellowship.
So what?
All the sponsorship from outside of the Taiwan is go to the fellowships. So if we have more money, we can have more fellow to come.
So what kind of titles are we looking for? APEC?
Can be.
Hello? Yes, sorry, this is Jennifer, to everyone who doesn't know me, or from the Secretariat team too. So just wanted to give a quick reaction and comment from the special session that we organized, because there was one workshop that was canceled very last minute, and this was on day 2 in the morning. It was the IGF intersessional work and national and regional initiatives. So we were very encouraged that there was like really good participation and really good discussion around these 2 really important topics, especially feeding into the global IGF and also strengthening the collaboration within the region and also inter-region. So reactions from people were saying that they want us to perhaps, and opening it up to the MSG to consider too, to keep this session as something that we would, take forward to future IGFs as well, even without someone proposing a workshop for it. So it might become something that we want to keep as a space for discussion, whether or not we keep it in a lecture format or a format that's more amenable to interactive discussion like this U-shape. So just wanted to give that little comment, and also a comment from actually the IGF Secretariat. They were very happy that we actually had this session. They joined remotely, and they were very encouraged to hear a lot of really good input from the AP region. So I think just wanted to give that feedback.
Congratulations. That's great to hear. Any other reflections? I mean, this is a chance when we're all in the room together. We're coming to the end of this session about what's happened in Taipei, so let's just make some time for reflections. Elvin and then Raj.
Hello, hi, this is Kelvin Wong from APEC. Hi, Ken. I think I've spoken to some of you about this. I'd just like to find out the success of the fellowship program. I think it was much better structured this time round, also thanks to Chester's leadership as well in the fellowship committee. And I think we got them into a buddy system, and we got them into especially the day 0 of APLP program. There, I think they were quite active in asking questions and igniting discussions. And indeed, throughout the 3 days, they have also, I think, been asking questions and giving input. So I think that was good, and we should keep it up. Maintain the standard, the level of standard in the fellows. Yeah, that's my.
Thanks. I would echo what Calvin just said. It was great to see, and I also understand from the Philippines, a lot of them contributed their way to come here as well. So that's also quite remarkable, I think, if young people like these are able to go find their own money to come to this sort of event. So that's well done, Philippines. That's one. Number two, doing the rounds of the sessions that I could get to, one comment I had quite often was that there's a lack of government people at this event. I think that's been sort of a long-standing issue for all of us for a while. So I was in a Twitter conversation earlier today, and that person suggested that if we'd actually asked a particular government, in this case the Australian government, to come and speak on cybersecurity, they would have, quite possibly. So I think one of the issues that we probably have is that when the workshop proposals come in, the proposers basically have a list of people they think they'd like to bring to the workshop, speakers and so on. They may not necessarily have the context outside of that circle, for example, into governments and other places. So I'm just wondering perhaps how we could address that, perhaps when we review the proposals and we see the gaps, and if there's some suggestions on how we could perhaps invite some specific governments or people, or whatever they may be, through our networks and contact circles and all that, and ensure, sometimes, as we all know, governments are very formal, so they need an invitation to come to this. There's budget issues and all sorts of resourcing issues. So that may be one way to try and address that issue. So I'll leave it for the MSG to consider that as well. And one last comment, I was very happy to see the great increase in gender balance this year. I think that's really well done to everyone involved. And of course, our host did a stellar job, so thank you very much. And one thing that really struck me in a couple of panels that I was, in sessions I was in, there was one male and the rest were all female, so that was even great. So well done. Thanks very much. So well done to everyone.
Thanks, Raj. Great comments. Anyone else? Go on.
I have one experience to share with you, particularly for a visa. No matter what kind of meeting, the visa always, if you want to run this kind of organizer meeting, the visa is, you always need to expect for emergency. Because I'm using a e-visa this time, and it surprised us because the e-visa is quite new from Taiwan. So on Saturday, last Saturday, there's Philippine people, they want to go to the airline. The airline to allow them to get on the plane because they don't recognize the e-visa. And luckily, I know some people in the Department of Foreign Affairs. I asked them to help, and they say they direct us go to the immigration bureau in the airport. There's a 24-hour service. So my colleague called to the airport and asked them to help. So finally, the Philippine people can get to the next plane to come to Taiwan. So that is my experience. So for the future organizer, be careful that emergency always happen. And you have to find a channel with your, immigration or foreign affairs, whatever.
We have some remote comments.
Yes, so, sorry. So as Sylvia's comment, so it's actually adding to the Facebook comment, which she said it is very difficult for the MSG to see that during the evaluation process, a speaker is not confirmed during the selection process. So that's one from Sylvia, and there is another one from Mr. Raju. So he is from the civil society in India, and he is asking, can AprIGF create a model to reach people and youth in the universities at the district levels all over Asia? That's a question.
Can I see? Yeah, even for us coming from Nepal, we had issues. Even at our immigration, we were like withheld, we were like taken out. And luckily, I had the email, I had to go and tell them, we were like withheld for an hour. And we sat down, and luckily I had the link. And I had to show them that this is the original visa. And again in Thailand as well, we were like, because we were not listed, Nepal is not listed in the e-visa section there. So it was like for more than 1 hour we were like there. So I think next time we need to consider this and work on, because it matters.
Was there any comment, just before moving on, was there any response about the involvement of students from universities? Because I understand that was something that was newly done this time, and if we could extend that in future, as the person suggested, it could be very good for the participation of the students and youth. Was the Philippines, right? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yes. Sorry. It's really difficult as of this time, but we'll try to have a diverse number next time around. Right now, what I did was just tried to ask the students if they want to come and if they're interested to come. What is great about that was they're really new to IG, and they really don't have any idea on what IG is. But right now they're having a little bit of awareness for that, because in our country it's not really a big thing. A lot of people there doesn't really know what IG is. Only a couple, but especially students, it's not being really relayed into the institutions. So I just gambled a little bit, and luckily I was able to bring them here.
It's been a fantastic initiative. Congratulations.
Thank you. Actually, we are planning something, and hopefully there will be a number from different institutions. So hopefully, if there will be an opening for a larger group, we could facilitate something for that.
Sure. Thank you. Kenny?
Just one suggestion. I suggest we stick to the schedule of the agenda and did anything else to the AOB, so we can, because we have a long list on the table.
Yep, sure. That's you took the words right out of my mouth, Kenny. But thank you. So let's move on then to the election update. So
I will take this. So we have the election committee has 3 members. One is me, Hirohata, and one is Maureen, and one is Ali. Is Ali? Okay. Nomination period started on 11th July, and today is the last day for accepting nomination. And could Secretariat update how many have expressed their intention to nominate? Just 3?
Yeah, so far we have received 3 candidates that they either self-nominated or nominated with someone, but they all accepted their candidacy. So the first one is Mr. Raju from India, the civil society, and the candidate 2 is a little bit long name which I don't know how to pronounce, I'm sorry. And so he is from Sri Lanka, ISOC Sri Lanka, that they're organizing the ISOC, the IGF Sri Lanka this year, and he is from the government stakeholder groups, and then we have Chester, which is our current vice chair, so he decided to run again, so he is from Hong Kong Civil Society, representing as a Hong Kong chapter. Yeah.
Thank you. So, so far a good number of candidates, I think. So whether shortlisting is needed or not will be decided after the closure of nomination period. Here we propose that the interactive interview on next Wednesday, the 3rd of August, the MSG meeting. And of course we will have online tool for Q&A. This may be the same tool as last year. Okay, could Yanis tell more about that?
Yes, so on Monday, all the candidates' profile will be published. If no further, selection process before that. So it will be the profile, same as last year, and then below there will be a comment platform that everyone can just type the name and emails, and then you can make a comment or question to each candidate. And the candidates can subscribe to this platform so that they can receive the questions immediately when one make a comment.
So one of the proposal is the next Wednesday MSG will have
yes, so next Wednesday is a regular bi-weekly MSG meeting. So I have confirmed, I will confirm with the candidates whether they are able to join, and one of them already confirmed, so I'll be asking the others as well. So we hopefully will have the MSG members to have interactive questions sections with the candidates directly during the bi-weekly meeting.
Is it okay for all the MSG members to invite the candidates to the next MSG meeting to have an interview? So even if a part of them cannot join the next Wednesday meeting, some of the candidates.
Are you asking a question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I'm asking a question. No, I'm asking a question to the MSG. Whether we are comfortable if some of the candidates cannot make a call.
Actually, just a note that when I opened the nominations announcement, I have stated that we will invite them to the 3rd of August meeting. So, I basically would assume they shall be okay for that if they didn't say no, but I will double check that.
I think if they're provided with that opportunity, then it's incumbent on the candidates to advise if they can't make it, if they want to request something else. I don't think it's really for the MSG to initiate a concern about that. The opportunity has been created.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
That's the end.
That's it? Okay. Any questions about the election process? Okay. Well, may the finest candidate win. All right, so we will move on now. I had a placeholder here for a discussion, and this is really a discussion that I'd like to initiate with the MSG about our current levels of activity on the MSG. Sometimes, to be honest, I feel that we all, as MSG members, leave a great deal of work to be covered by the able and active Secretariat. Really. Yanis and Jennifer and Maggie do an absolutely fantastic job, in my view, beyond the call of duty in many instances. They pick up and they run with things, and I think it's if we think about the AprIGF as something that is going to be continually improving, that we're going to have an obligation to keep doing this possibly for the next 10 years. I really think it would be nice for us all to recognise that the MSG itself needs some improvement in terms of activity and probably to some extent a bit of formality about committees and processes and expectations. And so I'd just like to, without being critical of anyone, because I'm certainly an imperfect chair and MSG member myself, I'd just like to open that discussion and hope that there's some energy for thinking about how we could just improve the functioning and make it more sustainable into a 10-year future. So any comments or responses at all, please?
Sorry, yes. Actually, I mentioned the issue 2 days ago in the session, in one of the sections. And to operate a multi-stakeholder model require a sustainable plan, how to maintain your organization to be maintain a future sustainability. So we're not only looking for future sustainability, but also looking for very short-term sustainability. So I suppose we should break down into different operational levels, such as we have operational committee or financial committee, who we will be sharing some of burden from the secretary. I think that would be much helpful and also increase the responsibility of the members. That's my suggestion.
This is Izumi speaking. So I think I'm very much in line with Kenny's suggestion, and I don't know if there's somewhere written the role and expectations and the activities of the MSG, and it might be worth, if it's there, it might be worth like giving it a reminder, and the minimum absolute activities or responsibilities to make that clear, in addition to specific roles that Kenny has suggested. That might actually help, like all the members give the minimum contribution at least.
We're operating quite informally. There is a little bit of documentation here, but again, it's part of I think professionalising to keep improving.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion earlier, no, in one of our meetings where we said one of the things we could do is to sort of formalize the number of years, sort of terms for members, so that it's clear, and maybe a way, because at the moment I think the model is very open, so it's sort of really a voluntary model. So I guess that's the thing, that's one of the decisions we can make, is that do we want to make it a little bit more formal in the sense of having a term for members, so that you know when you begin and you know when to end. And it also opens up participation from new members. So I guess that's one idea.
Edmund here. So I think those are all good ideas, and creating committees so people can focus their work a little bit more. In terms of the obligations or responsibilities, there is actually a framework, I believe, that we put together last year in terms of voting rights. So there is a little bit of a distinction between those who are participating more actively and those who are not. So in the chair election, like the chair's elections, for example, those who are non-active will not be counted, basically. So that's one level of distinction, and perhaps taking into consideration the committees, then we can have a slightly different level of distinction as well, so that people are more involved in the whole process. Another thing that I think Jen and I talked a little bit about is perhaps creating better linkage with the NRI and the global IGF initiative as well. That may allow us to enhance the participation at our own MSG. So those are a few.
Thanks, Ed. Were there any other suggestions? Let's try and wrap this up because we are running out of time.
Right. I'm Satish from India. I think any proposal to improve the involvement is fine. But I was wondering if this is also case for something like working groups for specific thematic areas, where people could contribute without an organizational commitment, which is actually quite heavy. If it fits into my area of expertise, I might be able to better contribute if it's a thematic working group kind of a thing, which can be set up from time to time and dismantled from time to time.
If there's an interest in this topic, could I ask for some volunteers who might get together in a small group and look at how we could just take this just to the next step? And I'm not saying it needs to be a huge exercise or with any particular goal, but it needs more consideration, I think, than we've got time for here. So who would be interested in continuing? So we've got 4. Chad, Kenny, Maureen, Gunilla, Arun. Fantastic. Okay, thanks. Look, we are running out of time. I'm sorry to be rushing through now, but the next up is Paul. So we're going to be hearing about the 2017 preps for the next AprIGF. Thanks, Paul.
Hello, everyone. For those of you that I haven't met, my name is Paul Schindler. I'm International and Government Engagement Rep for AUDA, the .au domain administrator. And we've been lucky enough to be selected as hosts for next year's meeting. I didn't have a slide deck prepared. There will be a very pretty video presentation as part of it, the Olympic-style handover in a couple of hours. I'll do my best. I'll be wearing native costume. Look, the essential details are up there, and thank you, Fianis, for knocking together a very quick slide. Our proposal, which has been accepted, proposed a meeting later in the year than is typical for the regional IGF. When we lodged the application, the reasoning behind that was that the Asia Pacific ICANN meeting was going to be around about that time, a week after. And that would allow people, there would be synergies there where people could swing through Melbourne to wherever else they were going, if it was Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, wherever. As it turns out, it's going to be Abu Dhabi. There is no way in anyone's mind that Melbourne is anywhere on the way to Abu Dhabi. But that said, as it currently stands domestically, our priority, our other commitments limit us in terms of how far we can move the meeting forward. We have other events that we're hosting and other events that we're organising. We're aware that October is later than people expect, but July in Melbourne is not a place you want to be. It will be wet, it will be cold, it will be terrible. It's any of you that have visited Paul in Brisbane, it's not like that. So we have the venue we've proposed, the Park Hyatt, is an excellent facility. It is co-located with a couple of university campuses, which obviously is key for engaging youth IGF. There are a number of hotels that are not nearly as expensive as that in the immediate vicinity. Melbourne is a good place to come because budget airlines, I appreciate it's a longer flight for many participants than they would typically undertake, but it's serviced by a whole bunch of budget airlines from the region, so it's not that bad. And also it's our home. It's Outer's home turf. We're used to managing conferences. We're used to doing a very popular and successful AUIGF at that venue. I just wanted to raise it with the MSG because I acknowledge that our proposal has been approved, but there might be some concerns about how late in the year the event is. And I acknowledge that the linkage between the regional IGF and ICANN in the region is not as strong as it was, but we still propose to keep it at around about that time. Preparation-wise, well, it's well under control. The venue is booked. Well, the venue has been tentatively booked, not confirmed simply because I wanted to come to this meeting and see how everything ran, and I get a better idea because looking at a job spec or a function spec is one thing, but to actually be at the venue gives me a better idea of exactly the expectations we need to meet. And we would have it confirmed in the next couple of weeks. We haven't, ALDA has made a commitment going forward, our board has made a commitment to, if needs be, single-handedly host the event and facilitate it. We would forego our annual Australian IGF to have this essentially as a replacement, but obviously that would not be the case in practice when we get closer to the date. There will be other partners that will assist us. But I'm just happy to open it to Q&A really, Paul, if people have concerns or questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. So a few, quote?
Ask, the ICANN meeting, what day is that? 28th of October. Where? Abu Dhabi. That will be quite tough. Another one is, what about IGF? Because that is also very possible. IGF is always on the third quarter. So these two meetings, we have to be careful.
First week of December. It's later this year.
No, but we're looking 2017, which is why I shrugged, because honestly,
nobody knows. Correct, nobody knows. Jerome.
Thank you. Personally, I like the dates. I think it's okay. But I think that if we're looking at the students and youth IGF program, it might come in like just before the year-end exams or something. Why I know this is because we are trying to get youth to go to the ICANN meeting in Hyderabad, and then the sign-up date is not as good as it is because of the dates. So we are early November for Hyderabad, and students aren't signing up very much because they all say that they're going to have exams. So I just thought to flag this a little bit.
Could I take that as a point on notice? Because obviously domestic local students will make up the vast majority of the youth IGF. We aim to support some that will possibly come from the region as best we can, but it will mainly be local students. So I'll take that as a point on notice, a very good one, to see whether that works. From my own experience many years ago, you may be lucky, it might be earlier November that they're concerned about, but I will certainly take that on notice. There is some slight flexibility for us. We could possibly move the meeting to similar sorts of dates in September, but I think that's betwixt and between. We're neither here nor there. You're just in the middle in a gap. So I like the idea of making it okay, it's not geographically a convenient swing by, but it could be a block of events. And I've been having discussions with the APTLD board about, and they're certainly interested in terms of co-hosting a meeting either in Melbourne at that time, or if they want to appeal to the Arab states, in Abu Dhabi at around about that time. So everybody's looking to stack that, and yes, it becomes a very busy 2 to 3 weeks, but at least it's all in one block, and most of us appreciate that if there's fewer trips we take and it's just one big swing, that might be advantageous. But I will get back to you about term dates, particularly for Australian and New Zealand students.
Edmund here. So it does seem a little bit late in the year, especially because it is true that the IGF, we won't know for quite some time before we will know when it will happen next year. I guess the general feeling may be that at least we want to be before the global IGF, especially with the NRI development. It may be useful to imagine that there's some input that can be gathered and put into the global process. So that is one particular, I guess, consideration that we might want to think about. So September, even though it's maybe somewhere in the middle, if that's possibly, my feeling is the earlier the better. That also flows into the
2018, because once you have something so late, and then it's really half a year, then we're getting into the next the 2018 event, and that kind of throws the cycle off a little bit as well, and it may impact the workshop numbers. It may impact the interest to come. So if they're packed a little bit more closer together. So just I guess those 2 points for consideration.
Thank you, Edmund. Thank you, Paul. That's fantastic to know that things are on track, and we look forward to the video and the dancing this afternoon. But we'd better move on to the last item on the agenda, which is the synthesis document. So I think Jennifer's going to take us away with that.
Hello, this is Jennifer again, and I've been told that we have 5 minutes to talk about this, so I'm going to be very brief with the intro. Yes, maybe. Okay, so just going to go ahead. As Yanis told everyone a little earlier, we've received 84 comments, which is actually really encouraging and a big leap from last year. Really what I wanted to get a sense from, especially from the drafting committee, is we do have 10 minutes in the closing plenary to present regarding the document. Now obviously we won't have any kind of final document to present. That's not even in consideration in the beginning. But what I was going to see is if we would like to present on the process of what's going to happen next and who would be presenting. Personally, I was thinking maybe we would open it up to the drafting committee for them to be able to present that. But I mean, that is really up to the MSG drafting committee what they feel most comfortable with. And one more consideration, we do have a proposed timeline that I did flash really quickly during the town hall session the first day. I do note that when we were drafting the timeline, it was actually pretty tight, keeping in mind really to give most of the time for public comment. We're going to have a second public comment after we synthesize all the input from this event. Now, is that going to be shown on thing? Now, also bearing in mind that there is continuous, really good input from participants at the event and also remotely. I was wondering if the drafting committee was thinking it would be a good idea to not cut off the opportunity to put the comments into the draft 1 document, give a few more days for people to kind of think about what happened during the event, maybe as they're traveling home, for a few more days for them to input something that they want in the document before we take this input and synthesize it into the draft 2 for public comment. Right now, yes, thank you, Yanis. Right now, the original timeline was August 5th for the draft 2. What we might suggest is to give that extra few days or that week for people to continue to put input into the draft 1, and then on August 5th, the Secretariat, along with, of course, the drafting committee, take that away, synthesize that into draft 2, so we'd probably be pushing the timeline back 1 week. If that is a good idea, or if we have any reactions really quickly to that. Originally, the September deadline was envisaged because we weren't really sure when the the IGF this year would be, but it turns out this year it's it's much later, and also there's no deadline for the NRIs to give their input. The IGF Secretariat has mentioned, given that a lot of the NRIs are having their event later on this year, they didn't want to specify any kind of deadline for us to give our input in. So just want to open it up for quick reactions around the room.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the opportunity to present this afternoon. I really think that it should actually be the Secretariat. I think that Chat and I sort of like did our bit in moderating and generating those, those 84, assisting to generate those 84 comments. But I think too that there's actually sort of like there's a lot of organisational stuff that's actually involved in this, and you guys have actually been basically coordinating that. And so I think that when it comes down to it, you know exactly when, you want things done, and you just have to call us together.
No, thank you, Jennifer. I think it's fine for the secretary to present it, so that it's sort of, you know exactly what you would like to tell the participants. I think it's a good idea to have a few more days for public comment. I'm thinking, because I'm buddying with the human rights rapporteurs, for example, they've got good reports there. There could be some, and also I would imagine that the workshop organizers are writing the reports. There could be synthesizing some of those recommendations. So if you can mention that when when you talk about the synthesis document, that would be a good source of input. So yeah, I'm fine, I think, with opening that up.
Oh, yeah. Well, just one thing. One of the sections in the questions that I happened to look at it this morning, and it was a question about what success stories, do we have of, using ICT in relation to development and stuff. And there was actually one. And I was sort of thinking, surely there must be other success stories. So if you can encourage that and sort of like get some.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jennifer. Sorry for rushing you. Thanks, everyone. I think we're really coming to the point where we need to hand the room over to the first session of the afternoon. So, a quick call for any other business. I'm sorry that we didn't even have time to do self-introductions here, but anyone who doesn't know anyone, please rectify that before the end of the day. And thank you all again for being here, and to all MSG members for the contributions that you've made. And we'll see you, well, back in the sessions, but also online on the next meeting, which I think is next Wednesday. So see you there. Thank you.
The drive is called port. So it makes it pretty simple, and there's only one file. It's an empty port, so should. This is my standard work. Yeah.
Hello, this is a chat. This is David Apasami from India. Can you hear me? David Apostami from India. Think if you can hear me.
Good afternoon. We'll just take a few minutes more. We've got a remote speaker as well who's trying to get connected and he's had some issues. Well, he can hear us, I think, or we can't hear him, or the other way around maybe. So thank you for coming. Looks like it's going to be a very intimate group. We have, so Noel, finally how many? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 speakers, including you, right? Yeah. Oh, and plus David, of course, 5, yeah. So we have 1 remote speaker and 4. Oh, obviously, it's not me because my name's just fallen off. So just please bear with us for a couple of minutes while we try and sort out our remote speaker. Good chance to catch up on email, maybe? Yeah, no, that's me, it's okay. But yeah, I'll see you. So because I can't remember all the words that make this session name, I'm going to ask my colleague Noel to just tell us a little bit about, she's the one who proposed this workshop, by the way, so she's going to very quickly give us an overview of what the session is about and what we're trying to achieve out of it, and then we'll introduce our speakers. We're still having problems with a remote speaker, but we'll kick off anyway with those present here in the room, and then we'll take it from there. So my name is Raj Singh from the Internet Society. This is Noel de Guzman, my colleague also from the Internet Society. And Noel, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. Okay, so the title of the session is promoting the participation of MSMEs, that's micro, small, and medium enterprises in the digital economy. So the rationale behind the session really is the lag we've noticed, especially in emerging markets, there's continuing increase in take-up of in internet take-up among the general population. But we've noticed even in developed economies in Asia Pacific that there is a lag in the speed of businesses adopting internet for business use. And we think this is important for several factors. One of them is that the internet has a lot of potential. MSMEs make up to 99% of businesses in Asia Pacific. So they're pretty much, everyone calls them the backbone of the economy. And we're all trying to build a digital economy, I think. But at the same time, you have the backbone of the economy not participating or not able to participate. Thank you. In the development of that economy. So that's the gist of the session, and what we want. The objective of the session is really to thresh out what are the barriers, what are the tools available, or what are the barriers to adoption, what is being done in different parts of the regions. We have representatives from each of the sub-regions here, and to be able to come up with ways with the objective of how we can kind of bridge that gap between internet adoption overall in Asia Pacific and internet adoption and use by these sectors, and many of them also in areas that need targeted assistance. For instance, when we talk about micro enterprises and how they can fully utilize the internet, as we can relate it to also bridging several aspects of the digital divide.
Well done, thank you, Noel. So I think we all know, I guess I'm going to drive the cameraman crazy if I keep on walking around, so I'll stand here for a while. I think we all, well, I think most of us would largely realize the fact that MSMEs throughout the world, not just in this region or in the developing countries, but I think even in developed countries, including the one I'm from, the MSME sector plays a significant role in the local economy. There's various statistics that are flying around, so I won't try and summarize all of those. But the fact remains that, to my mind, MSMEs form an important part of the local economy, particularly when it comes to employment as well. So there's, one is providing the goods and services and all those sort of things, but as well employment. We have our big companies, of course, which we're always happy to have. But if you look at the taxation revenue that flows out of the big companies compared to what the MSME sector pays, particularly the M and the S out of the MSMEs, I think as a proportion of their revenue, you would think that their contribution to the economy in terms of taxation and other ways is actually far more significant as a percentage than you would have from very large multinationals who are able to work out tax breaks and all sorts of things to make things more interesting. So that is why I say that MSMEs have a very important role. And these are the 2-person or 1-person operations, the little corner shop as well. They're all MSMEs. It's the cottage industries, it's smaller companies, it's service providers, it's tradespeople, and the list goes on and on. So they have a very important role in the economy. What is more important, however, I think, is that the internet and ICTs, I've got to stop walking, the camera's going nuts. What was I going to say? The internet and ICTs, I think, have this opportunity to transform the MSME sector. In some countries, in some regions, MSMEs have taken that up, and they've made it's made a big difference to their business, as well as the services they're are able to provide. However, for a large part of this region in particular, I don't think our MSMEs are able to capitalize on the opportunities that the digital economy would provide them with. So it's not just about the things they're able to do and sell, it's also about internal efficiencies. How can they run their businesses better? Be they micro businesses or relatively large businesses, it doesn't matter. The fact is, the tools that we have available as part of the digital economy can really make a difference. So I'm very pleased to have with me today 3 very distinguished speakers. We have Rachel from Intel, we have Alan Strickland from Internet New Zealand, and we have Lemay from the Vietnet, I gotta get this right, Vietnet Internet Association or ICT Association? Vietnet ICT. I knew there was Vietnet and ICT in there. In addition to that, we have David Appasamy from India, who's our remote speaker. Now, I don't quite know whether he'll be able to join us. We're still having technical difficulties. Do we have David? So let me, David's an old friend. I've known him for a very long time, and he's had many roles in the South Asian landscape, basically. He was the chief marketing officer for a very large internet service provider in India. And after that, he went off to run a micro lending organization, which I believe was the largest in India, perhaps. So he's got some great background on what the micro funding issues are, what some of the business issues are when it comes to SMEs. So I hope he is able to join us, because I think his contribution would be quite interesting. And then, of course, we have Noelle, my colleague from ISOC, and I'll get, she's from the Philippines, so I'll get her to speak a little bit about Southeast Asia and all the experiences there, in particular Philippines and maybe Indonesia, which is also big on MSMEs. So with that, I think we still have technical difficulties with David, so I'll let them try and work on that. So shall we start off with the presentations now? So Rachel, could I ask you to kick off? Thanks. Of this event, we are going to have all the difficulties that are possible technically and logistically.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rachel from Intel Taiwan, on our regional director Anjan Ghosh's behalf, to share our view on innovation for economic empowerment to foster the micro SME to participate and succeed in the digital world. As a technology and a business leader, Intel works to address major social issues that we face today, around the world and in our backyards. From advancing global education and promoting broad economic development, to working hand in hand with our neighbors in the communities. We are committed to applying technology and the talents of our employees to improve lives and inspire the next generation of innovators. There is a proven relationship between innovation and a long-term economic development. Innovation stimulates economies, provide increased competitiveness. To foster innovation and derive economic growth, everyone needs to be empowered by education, employment, and entrepreneurship skills. According to the research, every $1 invested in education and skills has a huge effect on economic growth and national competitiveness. In today's presentation, I would like to share what are the resources, tools, and strategies we bring to enable micro SMEs and empower them to succeed in digital world. First, knowledge and tools. Intel Learn is a technology education program that designed in collaboration with governments and NGOs, with a target audience from age 8 to 25 years old, with little or no computer skills in the underserved communities from the developing countries. The learning objectives are to develop their 21st century learning skills, technology literacy, critical thinking, collaboration, and teamwork in digital world. Up to date, over 5 million people from 40 countries across the world have attended the training, and this program already helped them to be succeed socially and economically self-sufficient. Henry Yadi from South Sulawesi, Indonesia, is the social entrepreneur and also the project leader in the local innovation and learning center. He got the scholarship from the MIT and the Global Entrepreneurship Boot Camp after he attended our Intel Learn program. This is just one of the cases from 70,000 remote islands, people who are empowered by the program and gain the opportunity to a broader world. In India, people like Mahazabi, Sumita, Shasta, and Amit are all benefited from the program. They can sell their product in the virtual world, find a job, or teach more kids from the rural areas. Masio Panayas also is one of the cases in Philippines under the DG Bayanihan program that we partner with other organizations. Okay. Being a poor mother of 3 kids, she took the Intel Learn Easy Step training, and now her family income increased from 200 peso to 10,000 pesos daily. And now she is able to send her children to school. After obtaining the knowledge and receiving the training, we know that those micro SME need the tools and weapons to conquer in the digital world for their business and make money. So we created the Web Builder Credit with other industry partners so that they are able to contact only one provider to solve their business problems And they are able, for those people, micro SMEs, they are able to increase their engagements with customers and the from the social media and make more money. Thirdly, the platform for them to show and link to the world. To promote the entrepreneurship, Intel worked with the APEC, the premier intergovernmental forum dedicated to promote free trade, investment, and economic growth in Asia-Pacific region. After 4 years of collaboration, we are excited and pleased to see those people, young startups, they grow their business from 1 or 2 people, but they finally go globally. These are the numbers that exciting all of us, that the employment growth rate is 94% higher, and they increase their year-to-year revenue to 120,000 US dollars. And also they collect more than 60 million US dollars from MNCs, VCs, venture capitals, and angels. And this is also the real life story. That triple me from Vietnam, they are the young couple with 3 kids. They sold their house to chase their dreams. But now, their ideas got adopted by 20,000 users and 6,000 local experts from over 98 countries. And recently, they just received the seeding fund from the one venture partners. Now they are able to get their house back and hire more people to expand their business to next level. Okay, I actually prepared a video that shows the power of entrepreneurship, but since I'm run out of time, I wonder if you are interested to see this video. If yes, please raise your hand. Okay. It's okay?
While the speakers too, I think we need to give them some time as well, and then if there's time at the end, we'll be happy. How long is the video? Okay, so we'll try and do that after the speakers have spoken. So Alan, could I bring you in here? So one thing that came across from the presentation Rachel did, of course, was that Internet and ICTs, and I think we all know this, it gives the opportunity for little businesses, wherever they may be, to compete globally. That I think is one of the main points that we probably can make out of what Rachel displayed. So Ellen, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Strickland. I'm Community Program Director for Internet New Zealand. And our vision is a better world through a better internet. And one of the things that we look for is supporting businesses of all sizes to have better business through better internet. And so we have a lot of work that we do that touches on this topic of the session today around empowering small, medium sort of businesses to make the most of the internet. And so I wanted to share just some thoughts from our experiences about, from a variety of things that we do, of the main sort of barriers and some things that you can do to help overcome those. In our work, we are involved in bringing together the national IGF of New Zealand, which is called NetHui, and that includes a lot of people from the business community talking about use and challenges. We also work with partners, organizations. We have a grants program, and work we do ourselves as Internet New Zealand, and also our 2 subsidiaries, which we run .nz, the CCTLD. So to sort of organize, I suppose, what I think are really important, I think first of all, it's really important to remember that actual connectivity is really important to businesses. Having reliable, good connectivity is an issue for businesses, and that's particularly true for the rural sector in New Zealand. It includes farmers and small rural communities that don't have very good internet access, and that actually having good, affordable infrastructure is important. So the ways that we address this is we do a lot of work around good enabling legislation for a competitive environment that helps allow better access for people, strong infrastructure. that telcos can work with, and to help create affordable connectivity options for people. It's true in New Zealand and in many places, mobile internet has helped, but actually getting good speeds at affordable prices is something that's a real issue. And so I think it's important to remember that that is really a cornerstone. You're not going to be able to take advantage of the internet if it isn't good internet and it isn't affordable. For example, the satellite connectivity that's required in many rural places in New Zealand, you're looking at thousands of dollars a month, to have that set up, and it just isn't affordable at all. And many places there isn't mobile internet even. Another way that we sort of support this access is through our community grants program that is sort of supporting community projects that are about getting online, creating Wi-Fi sort of around the local school, in the local town, and Wi-Fi at business centers, sort of having remote working hubs with good access that people can come to. So that there are ways to both trying to get that great access to everyone where their business is, but also working with the community to help support people that can't get that yet. So I think that's important. So once you have access, the next thing is about digital skills. And we really find, particularly in the small sort of businesses, people who have established trades, for example, someone who's been a plumber for 30 years, that the business processes are mostly manual and that they may not have those digital skills. They didn't get them in their education process. They've been busy running a small business, which is an incredibly taxing thing for anyone who's ever tried. It's a 24-hour-a-day commitment, and taking time, having the resources to upskill is quite difficult. So one of the things we do is try to support digital skills programs that really cover the broad spectrum, from very basic, you have people that really don't even know how to email, and then having a stair step. So we have a partner organization who we fund, 2020 Communications Trust, and they run a range of digital skill programs, a lot of them through the local libraries in the community that are module-based. They're flexible in terms of timing, on weekends, on evenings, and try to offer, as well as some, I think they're moving to some online courses, and helping people be aware of other options for skills training as well. So when you have access and skills, there's still, basic skills, there's still a lot to be done around understanding of the real use and the services you can get through the internet. And that's true for all of us. The services, the benefits of the internet are changing and growing all the time with new software as a service options for small businesses that can really help, being a really big part of the sort of entrepreneur sort of tech innovation industry. So ways that we try to help with that is through things like our national IGF. So having sessions where people share about how they use the internet, both public facing, so website, email, but also for, as Raj mentioned, their own internal systems, accounting. Point of sale now can be online and integrated with your website, things like that. So having discussions, creating spaces for people to share best practice and meet people who are, maybe have a startup and are trying out some new stuff and to figure out what works. As .nz, we've also done a campaign that's actually directly about getting small to medium enterprise online. It's called Get Yourself Online, .nz. Now the focus of this campaign as .nz is very much about .nz. So it's about talking about the value of that brand, and we've done quite a bit of research that in New Zealand it is a really strong brand, and in terms of website usage and email, that it sort of can confer a lot of benefits to small businesses to have their own domain name with .nz rather than Facebook or some other sort of free platform. But I think, a lot of what we've seen through that campaign too, and it has case studies that you can look at, stories of all kinds of businesses. So small tourism businesses, plumbers being, there's a couple on there, hairdressers, that have found all kinds of benefits from being online in general, as well as specifically from having a .nz. So helping share those stories is an important way of people seeing in action what it means to use the internet for these small businesses. And so I think, I think these are the three sort of pillars. I would just sort of close by mentioning one thing that comes up a lot in the IGF is about security issues and risks. This is something that really concerns small businesses. They don't, have an IT department. They're worried about, the privacy of their accounts, their customers' privacy, the cost or problem they would have when they rely on the internet, and if they got hacked or had problems, that this can be enough to put people off. It's a major issue. Understanding best practice around security, knowing that they can access expertise and help if they have issues, and being ready to deal with it and sort of prepared that is a risk about being online, and how to minimize it and how to manage it is probably just a standout issue that I would table as something that it's really important to, it's fear, and there's so much to learn moving to being an online business, and something like that is such a big scary risk that it's really something that I think needs to be proactively addressed with people. Even if they don't know to be afraid of it, it could be something that could be a real problem if they aren't aware, so it's something that needs to be addressed. Yeah, so that's our experience. Thanks.
So two things again that resonated with me there. One is digital skills, and I think sometimes we take for granted that everyone knows how to use a computer, get online and do all that sort of things. It's not true. I'll give you one example. Close to where I live, there's this little shop that sells this certain type of peanuts, and I love peanuts. And I had to try and find out what time does the store close so I could go and buy it before I came on this trip. I had no idea what time it closed. I don't have a phone book at home. I didn't know how to find his address. I Googled the name. Yes, it comes up on Google saying it's there, but there's no further information. So I had to drive down for 20 minutes to go and get it, and he was closed by the time I got there. So what really is nice is, when you Google or search, let me be a bit more generic, search for a company name or something in your favorite search engine, and it comes up with, the name of the company or the business, the rough location of where it is, or the location of where it is, and sometimes it'll say opening hours or closed now, which I really like. I find that so useful, just little things like that. And then also, when I do go back home, I'm going to say to the guy, hey, I'll build a page for you, but okay, so thanks for that. And of course the security and privacy issues, I think that really is, in some countries we've got privacy legislation coming in, and there is a pretty hefty penalty if customer data is leaked, so that's also an issue that I think is going to slowly boil to the top. So with that, can I bring in my friend from Vietnam, Lim Mai?
I feel more confident when I stand in front of you, so I think I should stand there.
So you'll drive the camera crazy too. Good.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hương. I come from a non-profit organization in Vietnam, and it means Vietnam ICT, and our organization is working in ICT sector to support disabilities youth in Vietnam, to support the NGO in Vietnam, and to support the social enterprise in Vietnam in the ICT, how to make use in ICT for their work, their career, and their businesses. And today I want to share with you about how the internet can boost the enterprise development in Vietnam. Actually, it's SME, because the micro business in Vietnam is too small. It's a kind of a family business. It's not with the license or things like that. And you can see, first of all, I just want to bring you some figures about the internet user in Vietnam. You can see that we have around 58% of people in Vietnam using internet, and they all are active users. They use social media, and they use mobile. That's a new trend of new trend of consumer now, and also the social media design also is very very hot in Vietnam. Most of my friends from since I think 12 until 15 have Facebook or things like that. First of all, and second, I just want to introduce you some characteristics of SME in Vietnam. First, they focus on the customer. They provide service and things and growth for the customer. That's a customer focus. The second is so competitive because you know that 93% of enterprise in Vietnam are SMEs. And but also they provide 51% labor resources. They have for the labor resources in Vietnam more than a half. 40 and they provide 40% of GDP in Vietnam as well. So they are so strong. They are like so helpful for the Vietnam economy. As someone said before, that they are very important for the economy of the country. There are some unlikelities for the young people. Purchase the product is not very high in Vietnam. That's because some issues that I will talk later then. This is some figures about the activities for the young generation in Vietnam. And the mobile is a new trend. Vietnam does more Vietnamese people have more mobile numbers than the population. It's around more than 100 million mobile numbers, but only 90 million people in population. And because of the, you can see that the figures bring the opportunities for the SME in Vietnam. I just want to show you two successful cases of how to use internet, how to use online trading for the people. The first case is Facebook. This is the only channel that they sell their product. And you see that the product is so special, that the food for people. They pack it in the package and you don't have to worry what you had to cook today. For my family, I just think I want to food for 4 days for 4 people, and then they prepare things for you. And they balance the material, fish, meat, pork, beef, things like that, and they all done it, pack it in the box, bring it to your house, and you just open it, cook it for 30 minutes, and you have very delicious meal for the family. And that's a month ago, they got the investor for $4 million for the new startup. Because they that open for about a year, just a year. And online, just online selling for that. And the second is an application. It's like a kind of online banking. You can transfer, buying things via this. We call that Momo wallet. And then even you don't have bank account, you can withdraw money and transfer money and buy things by this one. And this model made around 28 million US dollars for investment last year. And this is I think to the most successful case of online trading in Vietnam now. Not only the businesses but also the social enterprise get the benefits from online trading. Well, that one is it's named Tàu He. The product from the disabled actually because disabled kids, they use their finger or things to paint in any material, and then the producer collect this and put it in the material, and then make wallet, make the bag, make the notebook, and the writing, the handbook for people, and then some like clothes, hat, and sell it. And they cannot do that without the online trading because it costs less and it have more impacts for the people. And the necessity is a supporter for this social enterprise. Besides the opportunities, we can see a lot of challenges for the online trading. First of all, it's about the law for the, first of all, it's the law for the SME, SME in Vietnam. We have an article 292 for the penal code. The penal code says that if you don't have a license to sell or buy things via online trading, you won't be permitted. Like that, and it limit the enterprise for doing the online trading very much. The second, the cyber security also the problems in Vietnam, because you can be hacked your account and you can have your personal information lost, and your phone can get so many advertisement because your information online and was hacked. The culture of people just want to touch things, see things before decide to buy things. So that's why less people in Vietnam using online trading. And the age, the sex, the location, also the problems, because only I think more women in Vietnam in the young age and in the city areas love to do the online trading rather than the rural, rather than the older and the men in rural area. One thing is the payment system is not very good, because we don't have PayPal. We don't, because this one and this one is the pros and cons, because the cyber security is not very good. So the payment system is one of the threats for the people. And the very important is the rumor from the forums and social networking site. That's the case. Shares is a very famous, the top one of a single model in Vietnam. And when people discovered that she was fall in love with a man who got married already, and all around most women in Vietnam says that we have to ban her. Otherwise, we don't buy things, because he was ambassador of some very famous branding. But people made a campaign to ban her, to ban the product if she still was ambassador. So some of branding has to withdraw the contract with her for this reason. And the second case is a kind of a brand of milk. That's the milk for the kids. And this a woman says that, wow, this milk is not because we didn't see any product there was sold in France, but people say that is a French product, and they make a forum in the big forum, the biggest forum for mom in Vietnam. They say that don't buy this product. Even they have a license, even they have a product checking and tests and things like that, but the product suddenly die for 1 or 2 months after that campaign. And that's all of my presentation today. I just want to share the last thing is that besides opportunities, we can see the challenge. But Vietnam also still is a very promising market for the SME and the online trading enterprise, online trading for the future, because it is rising very fast in the recent years. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you. And I think that really, thanks for highlighting some of the challenges, I think, which we touched on before, but you've laid them out quite nicely. So with that, is David ready to go? David, can you hear us? I guess that must be me. Ah, David. Thank you. We had lots of issues getting you online, but it looks like we've got you now. So I'm not sure whether you followed the conversation so far or not. We've had 3 speakers offer their perspectives on the topic. And I thought I'd bring you in now if you're able to. So over to you, David. Thanks. And maybe if you could introduce yourself too, perhaps, because I haven't given you much of an introduction, and since you're not here in the room, people can't see you. We don't have you on the video, unfortunately. Yeah.
I'm David Apastami from Chennai, India, and I've been closely involved with internet development. And my passion is to ensure that everybody gets to use the internet for what it is. Part of my experience is running a microfinance company in India. We served about 500,000 rural women with small loans to be able to start off their own businesses. So those are really micro businesses. It's not like an MSP, which is a company with 30 people or 100 people. Individuals, maybe employing 1 or 2 people. So
We've lost audio, and you're also very.
So I bring that perspective as well. So in terms of the micro entrepreneur as well as business development. So I'll try and use that experience to share with you some ideas of the kind of challenges that India faces. But first, let me give you a background. India, as you know, has 1.3 billion people. That's a lot of people. And 57% live in rural areas. Now there's close to 700 million people living in rural areas. And one of the things we have to recognize is that rural electrification is at best about 80%. And that has a bearing on the internet access as well. To further complicate matters, we have
David on the link, so I think we'll have to move on. I'm just asking all to send him a note saying that we've lost audio. Sorry about that. It's a pity he couldn't contribute. Noel, do you want to come in and speak a little bit about the Philippines and Indonesia?
Okay, I think I'll focus more on the Philippines this time. So in the Philippines, we have several ministries addressing MSME development. One of them is the Department of Science and Technology. Another one is the Department of Trade, and another one is the Department of Finance. So the finance takes care. They have micro lending. They have policies on micro lending, enabling microfinance. The Department of Trade and Industry would have a dedicated, a dedicated office for MSME development, and also several training programs. They have assistance programs. The DOSD has its own training programs. It has its own assistance programs. Has its own. It even helps MSMEs finance equipment acquisition. But what we see, as what we also see in several other developing countries in Southeast Asia, is that it's not being addressed comprehensively. So there's a lot of duplication across many. These ministries are not working together, as we would see, I guess, in other aspects of business where we see the internet coming in. So it's not being addressed comprehensively. So there's that disconnect. At the same time, there's also a disconnect between the government projects and the needs of micro entrepreneurs. For instance, I was talking to the head of an agricultural cooperative last month, and he was keen to avail of all these programs that are in place. Intel's digital literacy, but he doesn't know where to get it. He doesn't know. The farmers who he's working with are half illiterate, so he doesn't know how to get to that first step of just getting them to understand, and at the same time, not just digital literacy, but also financial literacy. So there's that. And then another factor in these programs is that they're addressing registered businesses. The informal economy makes up it employs at least, I don't know, they say up to 60% of the workforce in the Philippines. So that's not being addressed. What these government programs are addressing they're talking to the businesses that are registered, they're talking to the legitimate businesses, but what about the informal economy that makes up a lot of the urban poor, makes up a lot of the rural poor, and these people are your subsistence businesses. So yeah, I think I would end my intervention there.
Okay, thanks, Noel. So I'd like to make this a bit more interactive. We've heard from our speakers. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear much from David due to the link. It's a small room. We don't have too many people in the room, so we'd be really happy if you were to contribute to the discussion to move things in a direction. With us today also is Mahathir Pun from Nepal. Some of you may know him. He's a bit of an icon in the internet world for the things he's done, and he's won multiple awards for the things he's done. If you're not aware of what he's done up in the Himalayas, in the mountains of Nepal, he's set up wireless networks, which he's been doing for several years now, and it's connecting rural communities, displaced communities, and if I recall correctly, there was even an attempt to set up some sort of e-commerce platform between these locations and villages and see how that could bring them into the digital economy. So I'll just ask him to speak a little bit on some of his experiences. It's sort of impromptu, so thank you.
Thank you, Ravanus. Actually, when I started building this network in the rural areas, people in the rural areas, they even didn't have heard about the word internet. Okay, so this was very new word for them, and they had not seen computers. So during the 2000, that time the goal was to use the internet just for communication, because we didn't know anything about how the internet could be used for other things. We just wanted to use the internet for communication between the villages, because there was no communication. Slowly, we started learning how to use computers, and then we started using the computers for the internet for different in different areas, such as education, health, and others. But in the meantime, we also tried to use the internet for local e-commerce, what we call local e-commerce. Actually, there was not e-commerce the way you were using in the urban areas and in the developed countries. What we did is we built a bulletin board for the villagers in a local server, and provided that opportunity for the villagers to put the products they have in different villages to sell, mostly the agricultural products and some handicrafts, things like that. And those products, the villagers put those products in order to tell other villagers what they have to sell. There was not the reason it was not like e-commerce is because there was no payment platform for that. So and that way you can just go to the internet website and use your credit card and pay it and get the products. So that way, we help these people to use the internet and let other villagers know about these products. That was very helpful. I mean, you can imagine, because the reason I started that is because whenever somebody had to find one goat or a buffalo or a cow or an ox, they had to travel several days around the villages just to find one, and that helped to save the time of the villagers to find just the products they want to sell. Like I said, because of the payment gateway and this payment system we don't have, and we haven't been able to develop that, we are not selling anything online. Another thing that we are doing there is, to just recently, after we build the internet in the rural areas, when people are using the internet to set up remittance, business there, because there are many people in the mountain villages living outside and working outside and sending their villages and their families money. So once you get the internet in the village, in the rural areas, it is better to, it is easier to start this remittance service or money transfer service. Another thing that some of the people in the rural areas are using the internet is for communicating or for running their cooperatives. So there are several small cooperatives in the mountain villages, and in some places people have started, using the online services. These cooperatives, different types of cooperatives, actually health cooperatives and agriculture cooperatives, they are using this internet for some of their small businesses like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those examples from Nepal. I believe David is trying to come back on again. So while he's trying to do that, shall we play the video we had? He said 2 minutes, right? Yeah? Do we have the video? Yeah, okay. So we'll play the video and then we'll try and bring David in, and then invite comments from the audience, please, if you have questions, comments. One thing that struck me was, it hasn't popped up yet, or maybe it did sort of, but I think maybe it was what Noel was saying about what the MSME departments or ministries are doing. And one is the issue of tax incentives. What incentives do, particularly for businesses which are registered. Of course, those from the informal sector, obviously the incentives would not be available for them. But just trying to see how you could, in some countries, for example, there's been a tax write-off you get if you invest in IT technologies to help your business. So, for example, in Australia, it's $20,000 every financial year. So if you've got a small business, you need to upgrade your IT equipment or build new IT equipment, build new IT services into your existing business, it's a complete write-off for up to $20,000 every financial year, which is useful for small businesses because that can get them certain services or products in terms of IT skilling or upskilling, which may be useful. So I'd invite comments on those sort of aspects as well. So with that, can we play the video, and then we'll see if David can come back on. Thanks. Okay, thanks for that. So we're trying to band-aid David into the session using Skype and Noel holding the mic. So David, shall we have another go?
David, can you hear us? Hi, David. David? I could hear him earlier. David?
Okay, so we've tried twice, so maybe it's just not the day today for David to speak to us. So thanks anyway, David. I appreciate you staying up and trying to be connected to us. Oh, can you hear us now? We can hear something now.
Hi, David.
Can you hear me on Skype?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you hear it? Yes, they can hear it. Yes?
Yeah, so should we go ahead?
Yes, let's go ahead. Please do feel free to continue your talk.
Okay, I'll continue from where I was earlier. I've already introduced myself, so a little bit of a background on India. We have 1.3 billion people, of whom 67% live in rural areas. Many of these people are self-employed. They are micro-entrepreneurs. So that's close to a large number of those 700 million people out there. Of course, if we take a family of 5 as an average, the number of entrepreneurs will be much smaller, but still a very large number. And these areas have an electrification coverage of about 80%. So that determines where people can use devices and where internet access can be provided. The number of official languages in India is 15, and there are close to 1,500 dialects. If you ask a fellow Indian at the conference to show you a denomination of the rupee is 100 rupees, the note, it will have to be written in 15 languages on that note, because those are the official languages. Now that's a further complication in terms of language. Literacy is also something like 45%. So the ability for people to read and therefore use e-commerce is limited. And many of the micro-entrepreneurs are in what's called the non-formal economy. Their spending and consumption is captured, but not their economic activity. So this is the complexity of the market we're talking about. So the challenges are clearly literacy, languages, and the Indian government has done wonderful work in enabling the languages on using a regular keyboard. The first language to have a keyboard enablement was Tamil, which is the language that I speak. So that is increasingly not a problem, but content online languages is. The bigger problem is access. The government of India is working to connect 600,000 villages with high-speed internet. That is a humongous task given the scale that it has to cover, the landmass, the fiber optics that have to be laid, the permissions that have to be obtained, and so on. So as of now, in most areas other than urban, connectivity is through the cell phone network, and that's how it works. The other challenge is financial inclusion. The oldest people have a bank account to be able to transact in a transparent manner, not using cash. Here again, the government has a great initiative where each person is being given a bank account, each adult. So that process is on, and a very large number have been opened in the recent past. So we've established that the best means of access to micro-entrepreneurs is over the cell phone network. So the access device is going to be the smartphone. So the question is, how can a micro-entrepreneur conduct business using a phone? That's a challenge in India. The opportunity is that individual transactions today are being done on
maybe the way forward for micro entrepreneurs to be transacting e-commerce is using apps, and the apps could be from different platforms on which they are present. If you look at what's happening in the world today, and certainly in other urban areas, banks are moving towards apps to make transactions simpler. Now the same principle could be taken on to e-commerce platforms to bring on the micro entrepreneur. Apps also means there's very little reading to be done, and they can work using symbols. So that, I believe, is where it could start. Now, microfinance firms could act as enablers because they're given loans to micro entrepreneurs, and we are enabling those people to do their own businesses. Now the question is, can they also have a platform which is app-based for them to transact their businesses? Now this is a very real possibility. It will of course have to have language content. The bigger question is, how will they fulfill, whether it will be e-commerce or how will it be possible? Part of the possibility is barter. Even today in rural areas there are people who exchange goods to transact business. So maybe this could be done online. And the very quick adoption of such processes is possible because the Indian entrepreneur, the Indian people are very quick to adopt technology provided it's made easy for them to use, like you currently see on the smartphone. Even Amazon, for example, has reported that from the rural areas of the state that I live in, some close to 10,000 people have come onto that platform as sellers. Now these are people who understand English. So that would mean they're probably semi-urban. But the true rural entrepreneur would need to have one platform or the other and would probably access it using the mobile phone. So this is a broad picture of what the situation is in India if we want to bring on micro-entrepreneurs. The small enterprise is in a better position because they have greater access, they have English knowledge, they have different tools available to them. But the really big challenge that India faces is to how to bring the people who are in the non-formal sector into the formal sector using the internet. And that's what I want to share today.
Thank you, David, and thank you for persevering with us through all the technical issues we had. And again, thank you for comments. I think you made some great comments there as well. So we've got about 50 minutes left for this session, and I have motivation to end on time because I have a plane to catch. But no one will be here, so if you guys want to continue after the into your coffee break, I'll let the room decide, but I will unfortunately need to go. So with 15 minutes left, I'd like to call on our audience and other participants in the room to please join the conversation. Does anyone have any comments to make or interventions to make, ask any questions of any of the speakers? Please feel free. Yes, please.
A lot of the examples for women entrepreneurs, are there kind of specific programs or initiatives that you're doing for women, or why is it that a lot of the examples I saw in a positive way were like women entrepreneurs? Why is it?
So usually the question is, why aren't the women doing anything? So this is quite the opposite here. Yeah. So I'll ask our panelists to respond perhaps. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Why is it that more women seem to be highlighted in all these initiatives? And you're all ladies?
I can't say there's a definitive answer, but I think that, there's been a lot of energy putting into addressing structural inequalities which have biased against women and trying to bring them in. So, and I think
to my mind, what that tells me is that something is working, at least somewhere. If we're seeing these women float up, and even at ISOC we have a program where we try and have an empowerment program for women. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Rajesh. Mr. Roberts. I
question for Noel. Hi. I remember last year in Macau, there was a workshop, it was one that I was involved in, and we had a speaker, Bettina Kimson from Philippines, and I recall she made a very good presentation on the program of the Philippine government rolling out digital capability and networks across the country. I don't remember the name of the program, but I was reminded of that when you said in your presentation that it's important for owners of SMEs to improve their digital literacy and their financial literacy. That struck me. And I remember Bettina Kimpson's presentation last year. I wonder if you, it seemed to me that her presentation was about the application of, or the implementation of telecentres in small rural areas in the Philippines. And it seemed to me that telecentres are ideal places for those people you were talking about to go along and do night classes or any other classes to get digital literacy and financial literacy. Do you have any comment on that?
Okay. So the program is called Tech for Ed, and it's being rolled out. It has been, the government obviously has limited budget for it, but what they're trying to do, they have a platform in place wherein they're trying to put all these services together, not just for entrepreneurship, but public services like getting passports, filing your tax accounts. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, since it was launched, since that platform was launched, there's been maybe, I don't know, maybe 500 people joining every month or so or more. So these are users. From what I know, what they're trying, I am not sure what is happening on the telecenter side, but because the budget for that program, I think is mainly on building the platform, and then there's also the free Wi-Fi component of it. When it comes to actually building the telecenters, that has not been discussed very broadly, although the idea is there. But what I know is happening is that they are converting internet cafes into online service centers. So there are internet cafes that are being opened up. They're working with internet cafe associations, so to speak, and internet cafe owners to open up these internet cafes to provide digital literacy services, to provide online services in general, and to also have the people who man these cafes to have them help people do their business online using these, but of course they're not free. So that's being done, at least in the south. That's being started with, at the moment, 3 internet cafes. So let's see where it goes. There's a new there's now a new department of ICT when that will hopefully bring together most of these initiatives under one roof, whereas before it's a bit disparate, but that is under formation at the moment. Bettina is part of it, so let's see where it goes.
Yes, Maureen.
Thank you. It was very, like the lady over there, I felt it was very encouraging to hear that, like how women were actually sort of like being used, well, I don't know if they were used specifically as examples, but it was, really encouraging to see. I think I might have mentioned in another session that I've just recently been involved in a gender equality project, and it's were two issues. One was domestic violence, which was raised at the other one. But the second component was empowering women's empowerment. It was actually encouraging women's empowerment, economic empowerment. And the reason being that in the Pacific, I mean, Australia has just sort of like put in about $11 million or something, $30 million over a certain number of years, and so it's quite a significant amount of it is to to encourage governments to be looking at enabling women to access funds. One of the things that we found, even within the Cook Islands, is that women can own land, or through inheritance, sort of like family traditional inheritance. But if they were married and they went to the bank to try and get money, it was the husband who actually had to go in and sign the papers. So even though the women actually owned the land, it was the bank would only accept the husband. So it was one of the things that we actually had to highlight to be looking at legislative changes in regards to, and also working in the banks so that women could actually access funds. There was a really big drive as well, and this is pretty consistent, I think, across the Pacific, because it was Cook Islands, Papua New Guinea, and the Solomons who were involved in this project. So, and the similar sorts of objectives. So, it's that sort of, these are the issues, and it would be really good to sort of like see one day that we'd have a similar sort of program, sort of like operating within the Pacific as well. Thanks.
Any other?
Very good presentations, everyone. I just had a very general question. For e-commerce, generally, are there any observations about whether it's better for these micro entrepreneurs, to work as a provider of through e-commerce products or services? I just was wondering generally which category is generally easier, or what are the advantages, disadvantages of either category?
That's an interesting question. Does anyone want to try and address that? Well, I try and think as well. Let me have an attempt at it. I think it would probably depend on what the circumstances were, what is it that they were selling, and what the market needs were. So, for example, in Australia, tradespeople, plumbers, painters, electricians, and so on, they would obviously provide services, and however, but I don't see us, at least me and people around me, going online to find those people. We still call them up because we know them, or go to a shop front maybe. When it comes to goods, I think for a long time there's been this thinking that, particularly if you look at a lot of the rural areas where there's handicrafts that are made and so on and so forth, that there's a great opportunity for them to sell that directly to the end customer. However, I'm not convinced that it's actually worked out the way people have envisioned that it would work out. I mean, I see lots of websites doing that. There's the big story about how we'll get rid of the middleman and it will go straight to the end. There's a bigger portion of the revenue that's generated will go to the creator rather than the middle persons in the value chain who take it to market. I think there are probably some examples where that has worked, but I'm not entirely convinced that it's a holistic thing where everything works fine and all these creators are now making far much more money. There are various reasons for that. One is, how do you actually advertise the product or service you have? I mean, there's so much information on the internet. Yes, you can go to search engines, but if you're looking for something particular, if that engine hasn't indexed that page, then it won't appear on the results, and then of course there's search engine optimization issues as well. And it may be a great product at a really cheap price, but it's probably 1,000 pages deep, and it'll never get to the first 5 or 10 pages which people normally navigate to. So I think that's one issue that has been out of this. I think the concept has been great, but I'm not so sure the execution and the end result has really been there. And I see this in South Asia in particular, where I have been working with some award programs and whatnot, which try and highlight these. And time and again, I see the same issue there. The other problem is the payment system, the micropayments. And it's not payments, I would call it micropayments. And some of these goods are very cheap, as you were. We're looking at a couple of dollars US at best. But when the transaction cost is $3, and if you're selling something for $5, there's just no economic sense. So I mean, we really need to fix this micropayment thing, and particularly if you want people from overseas to buy the things, then the banks come in and say, okay, we'll take another $20 off you because that's a TT charge. We have to do a telegraphic transfer. Telegraphs don't exist anymore, by the way. And then when it gets into the country, there's another $5 or $10 that the bank will take because that's their local agent fees that they need to take off that as well. So I think payments, I think, are a big barrier, or micropayments, let me say, are a big barrier for MSMEs to succeed at the global level. Locally, I think there's ways around that, but globally, I think that's a problem. So. Yes, Maureen, please.
Thank you. Again, raising the Pacific issue, like with exchanging the banks, it's really difficult for Pacific businesses to sort of accept themselves out when Pacific banks aren't accepted by organisations like PayPal. They won't, so that a lot of people, you'd like to sort of set something up with PayPal. Anybody, anyone else can buy through PayPal, except if you work through a Pacific bank, because they're not accepted.
In the Pacific, but as well, I believe, in other regions too. Any other thoughts or comments? Or there's something? Oh, so why don't you?
Okay, there's a comment from one of our participants, remote participants. I am not quite sure what this means, so if you might make another comment to clarify, but he says, Make in India and MSMEs in defense, innovation, skill development, smart Andhra Pradesh villages is true Asian commerce for SMEs and MSMEs. If you would like to elaborate on that, then please feel free to do so. Thank you.
So can that person speak, or is it text driven? Okay, so we'll see if there's some response that comes back from Mr. Raju. Any other questions or comments that anyone would like to share? Some issues? One question I have for all of you really is, where do you think MSMEs lay within the prioritization that it's given in terms of the government? Because, as I think I said and some others said as well before, that there are ministries and departments which seem to be focused on MSMEs. But I'm not, and then someone, I think maybe it was Noel or someone who said that they really target registered businesses in her example. But the informal sector, we know, is quite large. In the Pacific Islands, for example, in the villages of South Asia, Southeast Asia, same thing. So how do you address that? And yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but...
No, it's good you did, because I'm going to sign off and over and over because I need to catch a plane. So before you intervene, thank you very much. I apologize, I need to leave now. And so how to, I will hand over to Noel. Again, thank you very much for attending, and so please continue.
So my comment is in regards to the question on products and services and what Rajneesh, you were saying. In case of Afghanistan, we don't have, the two challenges that were identified here were the electronic payment system and also the legislature for electronic transactions. So in the absence of that, services industry could not boom on e-commerce. What I've seen in the past couple months that there are 3 or 4 online websites for cash on delivery services. It's product services, it's product-based services. It delivers products to customers in the absence of electronic payment, in the absence of electronic transaction legislature, and it has kind of worked out because our postal services is a complete disaster. But still people are making efforts in terms of making alternate methods that has kind of worked out in Dubai with a souk.com, which is pretty popular in Dubai, and people have kind of copied that and cloned that in Afghanistan, and it's booming and it's working out. So the two challenges that are widely identified, and we have seen that in my country, are the electronic payment system and also the electronic transaction legislature.
Yes, please, Rachel. Thank you, Said.
I would like to share the cases in Taiwan. As you know, that Taiwan is a country made up of over 70% of the population is from micro SMEs. And actually for the online payment, of course people can use their credit card, but thanks to the very convenient convenience store chain around Taiwan. For example, like 7-Eleven, we have over 2,000 stores across the island. So people, they don't really need to pay using their credit card. Instead of that, they can just pay at the convenience store. So that is a really powerful channel for people to use online shopping. And also thanks to the social media, many people, they are using like Facebook, like Line. Yeah, it's very popular used in Taiwan, that they make small business to sell maybe the food they made, maybe some products, handicraft or something like that. So that's pretty friendly, I would say, that to encourage people to start a business and make some living here.
Thank you for your sharing. I just want to say the situation in Vietnam about the online trading now. Normally you can buy things online and you don't pay anything at all until the shipper bring the good to your door, give it in your hand, and then you can pay it. However, it becomes the risk for the seller, because it costs money for you to hire a ship, delivery. And if the buyer don't like it, they can return it, and you have to, you cost money with that. And that's the way we are doing now.
Okay, I think several other countries, we're doing that in the Philippines as well, because there really isn't a big credit card market. So obviously sellers would have to adapt to what the market can afford. Are there any more questions or comments? Okay, as we're also running late on this session, I would like to thank the panelists and also the participants for staying and for listening and for participating as well. Thank you very much for staying. I realize this is the last session and you may want to get some other business done after this if you're not staying for the closing. So thank you very much for persevering. Thank you.
you.